Welcome! In this video, we ask a question no one's dared to before: could Harry Potter, Hermione, and Ron overthrow the Roman Empire? We'll explore magic versus legions, spells against centuries of power, and whether three wizards could truly reshape the ancient world. Drop a like and let's dive in. The question is absurd at first glance. What possible relevance could three fictional wizards from a modern fantasy series have to the sprawling might of the Roman Empire at its peak in the 2nd century AD? And yet, when approached analytically, this scenario opens the door to a deeply intriguing examination of comparative power structures, historical vulnerabilities, and the theoretical implications of advanced magical capabilities operating within a pre-industrial civilization. The proposition is not whether the Roman Empire would be mystified by magic, certainly it would, but whether, from a practical standpoint, it could be overthrown by a small team of operatives wielding supernatural power. This question, speculative as it may be, invites rigorous cross-disciplinary analysis, drawing on military history, political science, cultural anthropology, and the internal logic of magical systems as developed within the fictional universe of Harry Potter. We begin with two opposing forces, each representing a pinnacle of their respective realities. On one side, the Roman Empire under Emperor Hadrian, whose reign marked the apex of Roman administrative efficiency, military dominance, and geographic reach. With legions spread across 3 continents, a system of roads enabling rapid communication, and a governance structure that blended brutality with bureaucratic precision, Rome was the most formidable political entity of its time. Its power was not simply in numbers but in institutional longevity and a cultural hegemony that assimilated and repurposed conquered peoples rather than merely eradicating them. On the other side, we have Harry Potter, Hermione Granger, and Ron Weasley, 3 of the most capable magical practitioners of their generation, each hardened by war and trained in the practical and theoretical aspects of magic. They represent a concentrated node of magical knowledge, strategic flexibility, and moral resolve, agents capable of rendering themselves invisible, conjuring elemental destruction, breaching fortifications, and influencing minds. In theory, the trio could act with the force of a modern special operations unit, equipped not with technology but with a semi-omnipotent system of magic constrained primarily by knowledge, intent, and endurance. To answer the central question, could they overthrow the Roman Empire? We must set aside the simplicity of raw power comparisons and instead explore the deeply intertwined factors of scale, logistics, political legitimacy, and societal resilience. Rome was not just a military machine, it was an ecosystem. Its survival depended not on any single emperor or legion but on the persistent functioning of its agricultural supply chains, its tax infrastructure, its capacity for co-opting local elites, and its cultural narratives that glorified Rome as both civilizer and eternal. Magic, no matter how potent, cannot by itself administer a bureaucracy or maintain stability across thousands of miles. The trio's ability to destroy or destabilize would therefore need to be assessed against Rome's capacity to adapt, retaliate, and absorb. Further complicating the analysis is the question of magical scale. While the trio can defeat multiple opponents in combat, there are limits, physical, magical, and psychological, to how many threats they can neutralize simultaneously. Roman legions operated with disciplined formations and deep logistical support, and while individual soldiers might be helpless against certain spells, the military system as a whole could eventually adapt, particularly if it captured magical knowledge or developed countermeasures rooted in Roman science and superstition. The empire's experience in assimilating foreign practices, from Eastern cults to Greek philosophy, suggests that magic, once discovered, might be viewed not as witchcraft but as a new divine tool to be harnessed. If captured, Harry and his allies might not be executed but studied and exploited, transformed into weapons of Rome rather than agents of its downfall. This book will proceed not by assuming the narrative inevitabilities of fiction, but by modeling realistic scenarios based on the structure and culture of ancient Rome and the canonical abilities of the 3 characters in question. Could they establish alliances with local rebels or religious minorities? Could they dismantle the empire's supply chains using sabotage? Would they rely on brute magical force or more subtle means of infiltration and control? Could they inspire enough fear or to collapse Rome from within? And just as importantly, should they succeed, what unintended consequences might emerge from collapsing one of history's most influential civilizations centuries before its natural decline? The aim here is not to indulge in whimsy, but to use speculative fiction as a lens to analyze real historical power structures. By examining how the Roman Empire might respond to a radically asymmetric threat, we gain new insights into its strengths, its vulnerabilities, and the enduring complexity of empire itself. This thought experiment, then, is not merely about Harry, Ron, and Hermione, but about the nature of revolution, the limits of control, and the ways in which small groups, real or imagined, can reshape the world. To properly assess whether three magically equipped individuals could overthrow the Roman Empire, it is essential to understand what they would be confronting at the empire's height. By 130 AD, the Roman Empire under Emperor Hadrian had reached its most stable and arguably most defensible configuration. Its borders stretched from the Atlantic coasts of Hispania in the west to the lush farmlands of Mesopotamia in the east, from the rain-swept plains of Britannia in the north to the deserts of North Africa in the south. It encompassed approximately 5 million square kilometers and over 70 million people, about one-fifth of the world's population at the time. This was not simply a military empire but a cultural and administrative leviathan, with roads, aqueducts, and administrative systems that would remain influential for nearly 2 millennia. Hadrian's reign is particularly instructive because he was not a conqueror like his predecessors but a consolidator. He withdrew from overextended campaigns in Mesopotamia, reinforced defensible frontiers such as Hadrian's Wall in Britain, and focused on legal reform and infrastructural integration. The empire at this time operated under a remarkably efficient bureaucratic apparatus composed of provincial governors, legates, tax collectors, and client kings, all ultimately answering to the emperor. This top-down administrative structure was reinforced by Roman law, which not only codified the emperor's authority but also gave local elites a stake in maintaining order. The result was a system in which loyalty was bought not just through force, but through inclusion and pragmatic compromise. Rome succeeded in ruling its vast territories not by sheer military oppression but by mastering the delicate balance of coercion and consent. Militarily, the Roman legions represented the most organized and professional fighting force of their age. A standard legion was composed of roughly 5,000 heavy infantry soldiers, supported by auxiliaries specializing in archery, cavalry, and engineering. The total number of soldiers under arms across the empire during Hadrian's reign was close to 300,000, with legions stationed at strategic frontiers such as the Rhine, the Danube, and the eastern provinces bordering Parthia. These forces were not merely reactive, they were actively involved in infrastructure construction, intelligence gathering, and political enforcement. The Roman military machine was capable of rapid mobilization, extended campaigns, and coordinated sieges supported by a sophisticated logistics network. Roman supply lines could be extended across hundreds of miles using the empire's famously straight and well-maintained roads, which were built to allow legions to move swiftly to quell uprisings or defend borders. Beyond the army, Rome also maintained a secretive intelligence service known as the Frumentarii, originally grain officers but later repurposed into a sort of internal security and espionage network. Their presence allowed the emperor to monitor provincial dissent and military loyalty, giving him early warning of rebellion or sedition. A magical threat, if detected, would likely fall under the jurisdiction of such an apparatus, and while the Romans had no understanding of wizardry in the modern sense, they were steeped in traditions of augury, divination, and religious rites. They were not strangers to the concept of supernatural influence, and their first instinct might be to classify any magical abilities as divine or demonic, potentially leading to reverence, fear, or immediate calls for extermination, depending on the interpretation by the priestly and political classes. Culturally, the Roman Empire in this period had reached an equilibrium that reinforced its stability. The widespread use of Latin and Greek facilitated governance and cultural exchange. Public works such as baths, amphitheaters, and temples promoted Roman identity, while Roman citizenship, a prized status, was increasingly extended to elites in the provinces. This inclusionary policy reduced the frequency of rebellion and allowed the empire to repurpose local aristocracies into tools of imperial control. Any effort to undermine Roman rule would therefore have to contend not only with military force but also with a political structure that many within the empire perceived as beneficial or at least tolerable. A magical insurgency, if not carefully managed, might be viewed not as a liberation movement but as a destabilizing menace threatening the Pax Romana, the peace of Rome, that millions had come to accept as preferable to the chaos of tribal conflict or foreign domination. From a logistical and strategic standpoint, then, the Roman Empire was not invincible, but it was extraordinarily resilient. The assassination of an emperor, or the fall of a single province, would not bring about the collapse of the system. The Romans had institutional mechanisms for succession, reorganization, and even temporary fragmentation. Multiple emperors were killed, deposed, or replaced over the centuries, and yet the imperial structure endured. What this means for our analysis is that the trio would need more than tactical brilliance or magical superiority. They would need to strike at the structural pillars of Roman power, its communication networks, its financial system, its military supply chains, and perhaps most critically, its ideological legitimacy. These pillars were not easily shaken, and they had withstood far greater numbers and better equipped foes. In summary, the Roman Empire in 130 AD was a formidable opponent for any insurgency, magical or otherwise. Its military was disciplined and far-reaching, its administration sophisticated, its economy diverse and robust, and its culture sufficiently flexible to absorb and neutralize dissent. The challenge for Harry, Ron, and Hermione, should they attempt to overthrow such a system, would not be the absence of targets but the overwhelming abundance of them. Success would require more than overwhelming force. It would require surgical precision, prolonged influence, and a deep understanding of how Rome held itself together. Only with that knowledge could they hope to exploit the cracks that, while not visible on the surface, would eventually lead to the empire's historical unraveling centuries later. To properly evaluate the feasibility of Harry, Ron, and Hermione overthrowing the Roman Empire, we must scrutinize not only what they are up against, but what they bring to the confrontation. These three characters, while shaped by the demands of a fantasy narrative, are presented within the internal logic of the Harry Potter universe as some of the most capable and resourceful young magical practitioners of their time. They are not merely students fresh out of Hogwarts. By the end of the Second Wizarding War, they are battle-hardened insurgents, each having faced death, betrayal, and high-stakes decision-making in a prolonged campaign against a dark authoritarian regime. Their experience in resisting Voldemort's regime, which included occupation, infiltration, psychological warfare, and public persuasion, offers a unique parallel to what would be required to mount any effective resistance against an entrenched empire like Rome. Harry Potter's magical strengths lie primarily in instinctive spell-casting, combat under pressure, and an exceptional affinity for defense against the dark arts. Throughout the canonical series, he demonstrates an almost preternatural ability to respond to danger, improvising spells and tactics that even seasoned wizards fail to match. He has demonstrated advanced proficiency in dueling, leadership under fire, and non-verbal spellwork. Most notably, Harry has used the disarming charm as both a defensive and offensive tool to great effect, and his mastery of the Patronus charm, a notoriously difficult piece of magic, marks him as operating far above the average magical baseline. Though he is not the most academically gifted, his real-world experience, coupled with his resilience, charisma, and moral clarity, positions him as the natural leader of any resistance effort. Hermione Granger represents a different class of magical capability, one grounded in knowledge, precision, and magical innovation. As the most academically brilliant of the trio, Hermione possesses a breadth of magical understanding far beyond her years, including arithmancy, ancient runes, complex enchantments, and spell modification. Her use of an undetectable extension charm on a handbag, creation of protective enchantments over forest campsites, and mastery of Polyjuice Potion, a highly advanced and difficult potion requiring months to brew, all suggest not just technical skill, but a strategic mind that understands the applications of magic in unpredictable environments. Furthermore, Hermione's ethical compass, while deeply rooted in principles of justice and freedom, does not prevent her from engaging in morally ambiguous tactics when necessary, such as memory modification or misleading others for the greater good. In a conflict with Rome, her role would likely be that of a strategist, intelligence officer, and magical technologist, developing new applications of existing magic to counter Roman tactics. Ron Weasley, often underestimated, contributes in ways that are less flashy but no less vital. He is a competent duelist, quick thinker in combat situations, and emotionally attuned to the needs of others, qualities that made him an essential part of the trio's survival during the Horcrux hunt. His knowledge of wizarding culture, tactical instincts during chess-like scenarios, and ability to balance Harry and Hermione's extremes give him the qualities of a field commander or operations coordinator. Ron is also particularly capable under pressure. His performance in the Battle of Hogwarts, his leadership of the resistance inside the occupied ministry, and his rapid reactions in dueling situations speak to a practical competence that should not be overlooked in a military or revolutionary context. Importantly, Ron is also the most adaptable to discomfort and uncertainty, traits that would be essential in prolonged campaigns across hostile territory. Collectively, the trio's skill set includes concealment through disillusionment charms and an invisibility cloak, instantaneous travel via apparition, memory manipulation, obliviate and confundus, transfiguration of matter, conjuration of basic supplies, and large-scale protective enchantments. They can disable enemies without killing, create structural damage with spells like Bombarda, and communicate across distances using Patronus messages. These magical abilities function as a force multiplier, giving the three of them the capabilities of a small army, especially when their spells are coordinated. It is worth noting that in several canonical engagements, they have taken on multiple Death Eaters or other adult wizards at once and emerged victorious, often using clever tactics rather than brute strength. Their ability to work as a cohesive unit, built on years of trust and shared trauma, would give them an advantage over Rome's often rigid command structures. However, their power is not limitless. Magic, while potent, is not immune to fatigue or emotional disruption. Spellcasting requires focus, wand movement, verbalization, though non-verbal magic is possible, and in some cases significant physical or emotional energy. Prolonged magical exertion leads to exhaustion, and complex spells often require preparation, ingredients, or specialized tools. Hermione's bag and its magical enhancements, for instance, are the product of careful study and planning, not something conjured in the heat of battle. Apparition, while effective, cannot be performed over intercontinental distances without serious risk, and many areas can be warded against magical entry. Moreover, magic does not easily scale. While it can devastate a small number of enemies, it is less effective against vast armies or distributed networks and less amplified through mass resistance, magical infrastructure, or long-term planning. Another limitation is the sheer lack of magical support. Unlike their war against Voldemort, where they had access to a broader wizarding community, albeit in hiding, in the Roman period they would be essentially alone unless they could locate or create magical allies. There is no indication that other trained wizards exist in significant numbers within that time period, and even if they did, communication and coordination would be exceedingly difficult. Magic is also not inherently institutional, its strength lies in personal mastery rather than collective governance. Without access to a magical economy, supply chain, or knowledge base, their magical power would diminish over time unless they could innovate solutions from first principles or recover magical artifacts lost to history. Finally, there is the psychological factor. These three individuals, despite their powers, are not tyrants. They are morally grounded, often hesitating to kill even in self-defense. They believe in reform and liberation, not domination. This ethical framework, while admirable, could slow or complicate the process of overthrowing an empire built on brutal efficiency. Hermione, in particular, would struggle with the implications of altering historical continuity, understanding the butterfly effect with far more clarity than Harry or Ron. Any plan to dismantle the Roman Empire would have to contend with not just the physical and magical challenges, but the emotional and moral strain of what such an undertaking truly entails. In total, Harry, Ron, and Hermione constitute a uniquely powerful, mobile, and intelligent insurgent unit. Their magical capabilities dramatically exceed anything conceivable within the Roman world, and their prior experience in defeating a quasi-fascist regime under Voldemort provides a conceptual foundation for resistance. Yet they are also constrained by the limitations of magical fatigue, lack of infrastructure, ethical self-restraint, and the sheer scale of the Roman apparatus. The question of whether they could succeed will hinge less on individual power and more on strategic application. A broader movement capable of challenging not just a government, but an entire civilization. When comparing the raw battlefield potential of Harry, Ron, and Hermione to that of the Roman military system, we are faced with the challenge of weighing qualitative superiority against quantitative dominance. The trio's magical capabilities, even when conservatively assessed, give them tactical advantages no Roman unit could logically counter by conventional means. However, the structure, discipline, and scalability of Roman military organization provide a formidable challenge. The question is not whether the trio could win isolated engagements against Roman soldiers, they clearly could, but whether they could sustain such victories long enough, and at a broad enough scale, to dismantle a military system that had survived centuries of war, internal dissent, and external invasions. A typical Roman legion during the early 2nd century was a force of roughly 5,000 heavy infantry supported by several thousand auxiliaries. Roman military doctrine emphasized cohesion, formation, and discipline over individual prowess. Units drilled constantly to maintain formation such as the testudo, which protected soldiers from missile attacks, and the wedge, which allowed for breakthroughs in enemy lines. Each legionary was equipped with standardized gear, a gladius for close combat, a scutum shield for defense, and the pilum, a heavy javelin designed to disrupt enemy formations before melee engagement. In addition to their infantry superiority, Romans employed war engineers capable of constructing siege towers, artillery, and fortifications with exceptional speed. These technological and organizational assets made Rome adaptable, not just to open battles but to sieges, ambushes, and drawn-out campaigns. Against this, the trio offers what might be termed asymmetric magical warfare. The first and most immediate advantage is mobility. Apparition allows instantaneous travel from one location to another, bypassing the limitations of terrain and eliminating the need for supply lines. No Roman commander, regardless of genius, could anticipate or intercept individuals who could relocate at will. This single ability would enable the trio to strike isolated garrisons, supply convoys, or administrative centers and vanish before a response could be mounted. If used strategically, this power could cripple logistical chains, disrupt morale, and paralyze command hierarchies in ways that no traditional rebel force could accomplish. Moreover, the offensive capabilities of magic are not bound by the physical constraints of muscle power or mechanical weapons. Spells like Stupefy could disable dozens of soldiers without causing fatalities. Expelliarmus could disarm Roman fighters instantly. Protego offers temporary defense against projectiles, and more advanced shield charms could deflect or absorb entire volleys of arrows. Destructive spells such as Bombarda or Reducto could demolish fortifications, collapse siege equipment, or scatter massed infantry formations. Combined with invisibility through cloaks or spells, the trio could render themselves practically untouchable in many battlefield contexts, However, these advantages diminish when considering the scale and endurance of Roman warfare. While the trio might overwhelm a patrol or small detachment, a full legion in formation presents a very different challenge. Even if Roman soldiers could not counter spells directly, they could adapt their tactics once patterns were observed. Roman commanders were historically pragmatic and fast learners, often incorporating enemy technologies and strategies into their own doctrine. For example, Roman adaptation of Carthaginian naval tactics during the Punic Wars, or their integration of Gallic cavalry and Germanic auxiliaries, demonstrates an institutional willingness to evolve. A prolonged exposure to magic might prompt Roman engineers to develop mechanical countermeasures, such as heavy nets, traps, or mirror arrays to detect or disrupt invisibility. Superstition could easily be weaponized, with religious authorities interpreting magic as divine punishment or demonic threat, mobilizing both fear and fanaticism to support mass military retaliation. Fatigue and numbers remain central obstacles for the trio. Magic, while powerful, is not inexhaustible. Prolonged engagements require stamina and mental focus. In a scenario where the trio faces repeated waves of Roman attackers, especially over multiple days, the demand on their magical and emotional reserves would increase exponentially. Roman military tactics often relied on rotation, with fresh troops replacing tired ones during a battle. The trio cannot replicate this system. They are limited in number and have no reinforcements unless they can train or recruit magical allies. This numerical disparity means that even a perfect ambush or successful sabotage mission would be a temporary victory unless it can be scaled or strategically multiplied. One possible strategy would be the exploitation of fear. The sudden and inexplicable defeat of elite units could sow confusion and dread, particularly if framed as divine retribution. Ancient Roman society was deeply religious, and omens, prodigies, and supernatural signs were taken seriously by both the populace and political elites. The trio could simulate plagues, storms, or curses using controlled magical displays. Entire towns might flee or refuse to obey Rome's orders out of fear of offending these apparent gods or spirits. While this psychological warfare could destabilize frontier regions or create isolated revolts, it would not, on its own, dismantle the empire. The Roman state had weathered mass rebellions before, Spartacus being the most famous case, and responded with overwhelming and often genocidal force. Another complicating factor is the technological regression of magic. Despite its supernatural appearance, magic in the Harry Potter universe does not evolve along technological lines. Wizards do not innovate in the same way that Roman engineers or scientists might. Spells are often treated as inherited knowledge, and magical progress depends more on individual brilliance than institutional development. This static nature of magic places a ceiling on its scalability. Without the ability to mass-produce magical weapons or rapidly train recruits to a competent level, the trio cannot replace themselves, and therefore cannot convert their tactical edge into strategic dominance. Their only option, short of causing the empire to collapse from within, would be to hit critical nodes of control, assassinate key officials, destroy vital infrastructure, and incite rebellions in multiple regions simultaneously. In direct combat, the trio would almost certainly dominate isolated Roman units. Their ability to disrupt, disable, or even destroy enemies would be unlike anything Rome had previously faced. However, the battlefield is only one theater of power. The Roman military is not simply a tool of conquest, it is the backbone of imperial stability. Its entrenchment in civic life, construction, and border defense makes it indispensable to the empire's functioning. Destroying legions is not enough, they must be replaced with something, or else chaos fills the void. Here the trio's lack of institutional continuity becomes a liability. Magic may be superior in the moment, but it does not govern, it does not rebuild, and it does not scale without a magical population ready to take on those roles. In conclusion, while Harry, Ron, and Hermione would unquestionably dominate the Romans in limited engagements through mobility, psychological disruption, and sheer magical force, the scale, endurance, and adaptability of the Roman legions would eventually grind down a resistance that lacked reinforcements, supply chains, or strategic depth. Their best chance at confronting the Roman military would lie not in head-on battles, but in asymmetrical warfare, choosing their targets, avoiding entrapment, and using magic to collapse the military's capacity to project power rather than destroying it outright. As we will explore in future chapters, their true leverage may lie not in what they can do on the battlefield, but in what they can convince others to believe. While direct combat offers one lens through which to assess the trio's ability to challenge the Roman Empire, it is subterfuge, rather than open warfare, that may offer their most strategically viable path to destabilization. Rome, for all its military prowess and administrative sophistication, was not immune to internal manipulation, assassination, or the quiet erosion of loyalty and legitimacy. Its history is full of palace coups, senatorial conspiracies, and provincial uprisings that spread like fire through the cracks in its vast bureaucracy. In this context, Harry, Ron, and Hermione's talents in stealth, deception, and covert operations would pose a subtler but potentially more lethal threat to Roman authority. Indeed, their experience resisting Voldemort's totalitarian regime did not hinge on overwhelming force, but rather on careful intelligence gathering, tactical infiltration, the disruption of enemy propaganda, and the exploitation of systemic vulnerabilities from within. Infiltration, as a concept, would be trivial for the trio under normal magical conditions. The disillusionment charm provides effective camouflage in crowded or dangerous environments, functioning much like active optical camouflage. Even more powerful is Harry's invisibility cloak, one of the legendary Deathly Hallows, which renders the wearer completely undetectable by sight and many magical tracking methods. In a pre-industrial society such as Rome, where surveillance was limited to human eyes and ears, such tools would enable nearly unrestricted access to high-security areas. The trio could walk unseen through military encampments, treasury buildings, or even the imperial palace itself. Additionally, spells such as Alhambra could bypass most physical locks, while advanced levitation and silencing charms would allow them to navigate obstacles silently and undetected. The Polyjuice potion, which allows a person to assume the appearance of another, would be particularly dangerous in the Roman context. With a single hair from a Roman official or soldier, any of the trio could impersonate that individual for up to an hour, allowing them to deliver false orders, intercept communications, or access restricted zones. Used strategically, this could result in entire garrisons being redeployed, critical supply deliveries being misdirected, or key figures being lured into traps. While the potion is difficult to prepare and requires prior planning, Hermione has demonstrated mastery of it, and its inclusion in their tactical repertoire vastly expands their potential for high-impact sabotage. Beyond their capacity for physical infiltration, the trio also possesses a range of magical tools suited for intelligence gathering and information warfare. Spells like Legilimens enable the reading of thoughts and memories, although this requires proximity and skill. Muffliato and other audio confounding charms could allow for private conversation in public places or prevent others from overhearing critical discussions. Confundo, a memory-altering spell, could be used to disrupt key meetings or manipulate guards and messengers. Obliviate, even more potent, allows for the erasure or modification of memory altogether. These spells could be used to effectively erase their footprints wherever they went, covering their trail and confounding investigators. If used repeatedly and carefully, they could destabilize the coherence of local command structures, cause key administrators to lose track of orders, or even sow paranoia among Roman leaders. In addition to spell work, Hermione's organizational mind would be instrumental in creating and maintaining secure information networks. Her efforts during the resistance against Voldemort involved building safe communication routes, shielding hideouts from detection, and encoding sensitive material. Transposing these skills into a Roman context, she could establish magically protected enclaves throughout the empire, using enchanted objects for message relay or enchanted coins as secure tokens for identifying allies. While the Romans lacked the technology to intercept magical communication, their society was also one in which suspicion was ever present, and deviation from norms was often met with harsh punishment. Thus, any appearance of sorcery or unauthorized behavior would invite swift and brutal reprisals. The trio would need to balance their interventions with careful manipulation of perception, presenting themselves, when needed, not as rebels but as divine agents, prophets, or omens that fit within the Roman conceptual universe. One particularly potent strategy would be to play into Roman religious beliefs and political superstitions. The Romans consulted augurs, observed omens, and were highly attuned to the idea that divine forces influenced earthly affairs. A series of inexplicable phenomena, crops withering in one region while blooming in another, sudden illnesses targeting only high officials, statues weeping blood or speaking in unknown tongues, could be carefully engineered using magic. These events, distributed across key provinces, could unnerve both citizens and administrators, creating a climate of existential anxiety. Fear, properly directed, can undermine confidence in leadership faster than swords or fire. If the trio could convince Rome that the gods were angry, or that supernatural forces had begun to reject imperial authority, they could catalyze the erosion of loyalty among both elites and the general populace. Of course, subtlety would be paramount. Rome was not a passive observer of superstition, it was capable of swift theological and political synthesis. Foreign gods were often adopted, and new cults were brought into the imperial fold rather than stamped out. A magical movement too obviously divine might be co-opted rather than feared, particularly if it gained popular support. The emperor, as Pontifex Maximus, could declare the wizards to be emissaries of a new state cult, thereby neutralizing their threat by absorbing it into the imperial ideology. To prevent this, the trio would need to remain elusive and undefined, like ghosts or omens, dangerous but unreachable, visible only in the aftermath of unexplained disruptions. Their objective in subterfuge would not be to attract admiration or form public alliances but to confuse, destabilize, and unsettle. In this mode, their most effective form would be anonymous, agents of divine chaos rather than messianic liberators. The danger of success, however, lies in the instability it creates. Destabilization, if not accompanied by a viable alternative structure, leads not to liberation but to vacuum. The trio could assassinate provincial governors or misdirect legions, but if they do not replace these structures with coherent governance, the result may be civil war, famine, or provincial secession. Rome, despite its brutality, also represented order, and without that order, millions would suffer. Hermione, with her ethical grounding and deep appreciation for systems, would likely be the first to recognize this problem. Disrupting an empire is not the same as liberating its people. For subterfuge to translate into long-term victory, it must be coupled with institution building, a task for which three people, no matter how powerful, are insufficient without an ideological and magical movement to carry their work forward. Ultimately, infiltration and intelligence represent a path not to immediate victory, but to cumulative destabilization. The trio could sow distrust, paralyze decision-making, and sever lines of communication across the empire. They could assassinate or neutralize critical figures while remaining undetected, create widespread fear using carefully orchestrated magical displays, and even manipulate Roman religious interpretations to serve their objectives. But unless they can cultivate a support network, magical or otherwise, their efforts would remain surgical rather than systemic. The fall of an empire requires not just the removal of rulers, but the replacement of ideas, narratives, and structures. The trio's mastery of infiltration could create the conditions for collapse, but only broader alliances and long-term planning could secure what comes after. If a traveler in the year 130 AD stood in the Roman Forum and looked out over the imperial heart of the Western world, they would see marble temples gleaming in the sun, senators robed in white debating beneath painted ceilings, and soldiers marching in practiced rhythm across the stone-paved roads. The empire looked eternal. Its structures were monuments not only to wealth and power, but to the illusion of permanence. Rome had survived generations of enemies, Gauls, Carthaginians, Parthians, and endured civil wars, plagues, and economic crises. It absorbed what it could not destroy, and destroyed what it could not absorb. The very idea that three individuals, strangers from a future they could not conceive, might pose a credible threat to that order would have seemed laughable. And yet, history is never as solid as it appears from within. Beneath the marble, there are always cracks. The Roman Empire, for all its majesty, was built on silence. The silence of conquered voices, of forgotten tribes, of cultures suppressed and repackaged under Latin and law. But what if something slipped through that silence, something inexplicable, unaccounted for, and immune to the logic of conquest? What if a force appeared that did not follow Rome's rules, did not trade in its coin, and could not be bribed, threatened, or institutionalized? Not a barbarian horde, not a slave rebellion, but a whisper. A glimmer. A distortion of the natural order. What would happen to Rome if its map of the world, its assumptions of causality, power, and control, were rendered suddenly, fundamentally incorrect? There are hints, even in Roman history, of moments when something unexplainable broke the surface. Pliny the Elder wrote of strange phenomena in the sky. Tacitus recorded omens in the heavens before the death of emperors. Entire legions were said to have vanished in the mists of Parthia. What would the annals say if spells, not swords, began rewriting fate? Would the Senate burn the records? Would the people invent a god to explain it away? Or would they simply go mad trying to reconcile the impossible with the inevitable? So far, we have looked at the tools and talents of Harry, Ron, and Hermione, and measured them against the visible strength of Rome. But strength is not always what holds empires together. Power is made of perception, and perception is shaped by belief. In the chapters ahead, we will explore the soft tissue of the empire, the loyalties, the myths, the fears, and the grievances that cannot be stabbed or hexed, but can be made to unravel with the right words in the right ears. Every empire fears revolution. But what Rome feared even more was that the gods might change their minds. What happens when the gods are real, and they carry wands? Empires do not fall solely through battle. They collapse when people stop believing in their permanence. In Rome's case, political power was not just enforced through the sword, but through a highly refined system of cultural assimilation, elite cooperation, religious ritual, and bureaucratic endurance. This is what makes Rome an exceptional case among ancient empires. It was designed not simply to conquer, but to absorb. Cities were granted partial or full citizenship. Local elites were invited into Roman political life. Gods were laws, once established in Rome, became the framework for life across 3 continents. It was a structure built on legitimacy, on the sense that Rome did not merely rule, but that it should rule. Therefore, any effort by Harry, Ron, and Hermione to bring about the empire's downfall must contend not just with armies and roads, but with this deeply embedded legitimacy. To succeed, they must not merely oppose Rome, they must make others do so as well. The first and most obvious target for destabilization would be Rome's class hierarchy. By the 2nd century, Roman society had hardened into a rigid structure, senators and equites at the top, provincial elites in the middle, and vast numbers of plebeians, freedmen, and slaves at the bottom. Though upward mobility existed in theory, the vast majority of the population was excluded from meaningful political power. Slavery was foundational, economically, culturally, and psychologically. At least 1/3 of the population in Italy consisted of enslaved people, many of whom were educated, skilled, and culturally Romanized. Despite a few notable revolts, most famously Spartacus, there was no mass uprising of slaves strong enough to threaten the imperial system. The trio's presence introduces a potential catalyst for change. If they could present magic as a means of liberation, either through actual emancipation or the illusion of divine empowerment, they might be able to ignite dissatisfaction into coordinated unrest. The key here would not be to free a few slaves, but to disrupt the ideological link between servitude and order. Rome justified slavery through conquest and custom. It was not viewed as a moral failing, but as a natural consequence of imperial dominance. Hermione, with her long-standing outrage over house elf servitude in her own world, would recognize this moral blind spot immediately. Yet she would also understand that appealing to Roman elite's sense of ethics would be futile. Instead, she might frame magic as a leveling force, a kind of divine justice that chose its agents from among the lowly and the oppressed. If enslaved people began exhibiting signs of magical protection, escaped guards struck blind, overseers mysteriously disarmed, chains falling open without keys, it could inspire the belief that a new order was coming. Fear, awe, and rumor would spread faster than any proclamation. Even a handful of targeted incidents, if left unexplained, could ripple through the social order and raise questions no prefect or priest could easily answer. Beyond the institution of slavery, there are other tensions ripe for exploitation. The provinces, especially those farther from Rome, often harbored resentments that simmered below the surface. Cultural and linguistic differences persisted despite imperial integration. In regions such as Judea, Gaul, Egypt, and parts of North Africa, religious and political uprisings were frequent and often brutally suppressed. The trio, operating as invisible agents of chaos, could amplify these divisions without ever being seen. A temple burns without explanation. A Roman magistrate vanishes from his villa. A statue of the emperor weeps blood. These are not acts of open war, but acts of symbolic disruption. They encourage local populations to believe that the empire is weakening, that the divine order has shifted. People do not rebel simply because they are oppressed, they rebel when they believe their cause is possible. The trio's magic could create precisely that illusion of possibility, converting latent discontent into active resistance. Religious destabilization is another vector. Roman religion in this period was pluralistic but tightly woven into the political fabric. Emperors were often deified after death, and the Pontifex Maximus, the chief priest of the Roman state religion, was none other than the emperor himself. A challenge to the gods could quickly become a challenge to the state. If magic began to disrupt or outshine religious rituals, the populace might question whether the emperor had truly retained divine favor. Consider the implications of magical interference during a major public rite: omens misinterpreted, sacred animals refusing to behave, oracles speaking gibberish. These events would not merely puzzle the faithful, they would paralyze decision-making among superstitious leaders and cast doubt on the emperor's legitimacy. Moreover, the trio could exploit the empire's reliance on spectacle. Rome controlled its population in part through entertainment, gladiatorial games, chariot races, public executions, and festivals. These events were designed to distract, pacify, and glorify imperial power. But they were also vulnerable to disruption. A subtle spell could transform a gladiatorial display into a chaotic debacle. A controlled magical illusion could reveal to thousands a vision of a fallen Rome, a new age, or the wrath of supernatural forces. If the trio could infiltrate even one of these events and seed a moment of mass hysteria or divine revelation, the social cost would be far greater than any military engagement. Rome's grip on its people depended on public belief in its invincibility. A single, well-executed magical disruption of this narrative could rupture that belief and accelerate the unraveling of imperial cohesion. Nevertheless, the most potent weapon for destabilization is not fear or sabotage, but narrative. The trio would need to cultivate stories, whispers of strange figures aiding the desperate, striking down tyrants, vanishing like spirits into the wind. These stories would travel along the same roads that moved Rome's armies, merchant caravans, pilgrim routes, and garrison messengers. Over time, they would evolve into myths, and myths are harder to fight than armies. The trio's goal, then, would be to become legend before they are ever identified. By the time the Empire realized what it was facing, it would be fighting not 3 people, but an idea that the age of emperors was ending, and something new, terrifying, and uncontainable was already here. However, such destabilization carries its own risks. The vacuum created by a collapsing empire rarely gives rise to peace. Civil war, famine, and predatory warlords often fill the gap. Hermione, acutely aware of historical causality, would understand that pulling the wrong thread might unravel not just imperial control, but civilization itself. Harry might be driven by a need to protect the oppressed, but would have to confront the possibility that liberation, absent a viable alternative, might bring only more suffering. Ron, grounded in practicality, would likely feel this tension most keenly. Caught between the necessity of action and the unpredictability of consequences. To destabilize Rome is to gamble not only with history, but with the lives of tens of millions. This is the paradox of their power. They can shake the foundations of empire, but cannot choose what will rise from the ruins. Thus, the path of socio-political destabilization is a high-stakes strategy that offers the greatest potential impact, but also the greatest uncertainty. The trio has the tools to disrupt Rome's ideological pillars, to provoke mass doubt, and to ignite long-standing tensions. But without careful planning, those flames may consume more than tyranny. They may consume hope itself. No empire, regardless of military power or ideological legitimacy, can function without the consistent movement of resources. Rome's military dominance, administrative sophistication, and cultural influence all depended upon the predictable flow of goods, people, and information across vast distances. This was not merely an ancillary function, it was the hidden machinery beneath the marble facades. Grain from Egypt fed the urban masses of Rome, iron and timber from the Balkans fueled construction, gold and silver from Spain and Dacia paid troops and kept markets circulating. Even the most elite Roman legions were not self-sufficient. They were fed, clothed, and armed by an infrastructure of staggering scale. And unlike the visible monuments of power, the Colosseum, the Forum, the temples, the supply chains that sustained the empire were delicate. They ran on trust, coordination, and predictability. This is precisely where magic, applied selectively and invisibly, could cause disproportionate damage. At the heart of Rome's logistical system was the grain supply. The annona, the state-controlled grain distribution program, ensured that the city of Rome's population, estimated at over 1 million people during Hadrian's reign, was fed regularly. Much of this grain came from North Africa and Egypt, shipped across the Mediterranean in large convoys. The regular arrival of grain was not merely a matter of diet but of political stability. Disruptions to the grain supply often led to unrest, riots, and political crises. Roman emperors knew this well. Control over Egypt was treated as a personal domain of the emperor precisely because of its strategic role as Rome's breadbasket. If Harry, Ron, and Hermione were to focus their efforts on disrupting this flow, they could throw the capital into chaos without ever setting foot in it. Magical interference with shipping convoys could take many forms. A carefully placed reducto spell, launched from concealment on a cliffside, could reduce a grain ship to splinters. A confundus charm applied to a harbor master or navigator could cause critical errors in routing. More subtly, Hermione could use transfiguration to compromise key structural components of dock equipment or vessels, creating a cascading series of mechanical failures. A few sunken ships might be attributed to weather or bad luck. A few dozen, spread over time and regions, would force Rome to divert military resources to protect shipping lanes, creating vulnerability elsewhere. The brilliance of this approach is that it requires almost no direct engagement. The trio could apparate into North African ports under cover of night, sabotage ships, and disappear, leaving behind only confusion, superstition, and hunger. On land, Rome's roads represented one of its greatest achievements, and one of its softest targets. The road network enabled legions to move rapidly, intelligence to be relayed swiftly, and commerce to flourish. These roads were engineered with layers of stone, drainage systems, and way stations, forming the circulatory system of empire. But as with any centralized system, disruption at key points can paralyze the whole. A well-timed bombarder to collapse a bridge, or a transfiguration spell to turn stone to sand along a critical segment of the Via Appia, would create logistical choke points. The damage itself might be repaired, but the uncertainty introduced, the possibility that any road might suddenly vanish, would slow military deployment, delay tax collection, and erode provincial confidence in imperial reliability. Combined with targeted magical illusions or omens, the trio could make these disruptions appear not as accidents, but as signs that the empire had lost divine favor. Water infrastructure offers another point of vulnerability. Rome's aqueducts, some stretching for tens of miles, supplied cities with fresh water for public baths, fountains, and sanitation. These structures were marvels of engineering, relying on gravity and precise gradient control to maintain flow. Yet their very design makes them ideal targets for subtle sabotage. A minor structural transfiguration at a critical pressure point could lead to collapse or contamination. Hermione, with her deep understanding of magical theory and structural enchantments, could easily design a non-explosive failure that looked like natural erosion. Interruptions to water supply would not only inconvenience civilians but compromise hygiene and public morale, especially in a society that placed enormous value on baths and sanitation. Such disruptions would be difficult to trace and even harder to fix without magical intervention, which Rome could not command. The trio might also target communication. While Rome lacked modern telecommunications, it possessed a remarkably efficient courier system, particularly for governmental correspondence. Messages were carried by foot, horseback, or ship along carefully managed routes. Delays or distortions in these messages could cause misallocations of military force, disruptions in supply orders, or failures in tax collection. A single confundus charm on a regional courier could result in an army marching to the wrong frontier, or a province being left without payment or food. Memory modification spells like Obliviate could erase instructions or change them entirely, leading to cascading administrative failures. Unlike military confrontations, which risk exposure, these forms of sabotage are low-risk, high-impact operations that exploit the centralized but human-dependent nature of Roman logistics. One of the trio's most dangerous advantages lies in their ability to operate asynchronously. Roman systems relied on physical presence, visibility, and record-keeping. Orders had to be issued in person or by letter, taxes had to be physically collected, soldiers had to be quartered and marched. Magic, by contrast, allows for nearly instant effect across great distances. The trio could strike in multiple locations in a single day, disorienting Roman efforts to track or predict their movements. Their absence of supply lines or need for rest stations renders them untraceable by normal standards. And in a world without a concept of magical interference, even Rome's best minds would struggle to explain the repeated, inexplicable breakdowns in what had once been trusted systems. Yet here, too, limitations emerge. To collapse the empire through logistical sabotage would require sustained pressure across multiple nodes: shipping, roads, water, communication, and tax. Each disruption, to be effective, must be carefully selected and timed. The trio cannot be everywhere at once, and the more frequently they strike, the more likely it is that patterns will emerge. Roman authorities might not understand what they are facing, but they would know that something is happening, and Roman history shows that the state responds to persistent uncertainty with authoritarian escalation. Whole towns could be razed in retaliation, leading to a moral reckoning for the trio, Does strategic sabotage justify suffering among innocents caught in the systemic collapse? Do they remain silent ghosts in the infrastructure, or step forward to claim responsibility, and thereby change the course of resistance? Ultimately, Rome's infrastructure is both a symbol of its greatness and the thread that can be pulled to unravel it. It is vulnerable not because it is weak, but because it is consistent. The Empire's confidence in its own systems is its blind spot. Harry, Ron, and Hermione, using tools beyond Rome's imagination, could expose the fragility of the everyday, making ships sink, roads crumble, and water vanish, not in battle, but in silence. This is not merely sabotage. It is the slow, invisible replacement of certainty with fear, and of stability with chaos. It is the beginning of doubt. The Roman Empire was vast, but more importantly, it was geographically diverse in a way that no single strategy, magical or otherwise, could fully account for. At its height under Hadrian, the empire stretched from the cold rain-swept hills of northern Britannia to the arid deserts of Arabia and the lush, flood-fed delta of the Nile. It spanned mountain ranges, river valleys, forests, and coastlines, binding together hundreds of distinct cultural, linguistic, and political regions. This immense geographic scale was both a source of strength and a natural vulnerability. For a magical insurgency limited in personnel, energy, and time, the empire's geography presents one of the most intractable challenges, not because it makes Rome invulnerable, but because it makes total revolution logistically implausible. Distance alone imposes a brutal constraint. From Londinium to Alexandria is over 4,000 kilometers, from Carthage to the Danube frontier is more than 2,000 kilometers. Rome's own logistical capacity was only able to function because of its integrated road networks, sea routes, and system of way stations and governors who maintained provincial cohesion. Even at its most efficient, a message could take weeks to travel from one end of the empire to another. The trio, with their ability to apparate, bypass this delay entirely, but their speed does not equate to omnipresence. They may arrive anywhere, but they cannot be everywhere. Every act of sabotage, persuasion, or subversion comes at the opportunity cost of not acting somewhere else. The empire's geography ensures that even a sustained campaign of magical disruption would remain fragmented unless they could multiply their presence through agents or infrastructure. Moreover, geography shapes not only how quickly the empire can respond, but also how its different regions experience Rome's presence. Some areas, like southern Gaul, Western Asia Minor, and parts of Hispania, were deeply Romanized, with cities, theaters, aqueducts, and temples reflecting centuries of integration. Local elites in these regions often saw Roman rule not as foreign occupation, but as a guarantor of peace, commerce, and prestige. In contrast, other regions, such as Britannia, Judea, and parts of North Africa, were more restive, prone to rebellion, and often culturally resistant to Romanization. A disruption in Judea might spark religious revolution, the same tactic in Athens might provoke scholarly curiosity or legalistic debate. This diversity complicates any singular approach. The trio cannot simply apply the same destabilizing methods across provinces and expect uniform results. Their operations would need to be geographically and culturally tailored, requiring intelligence, local knowledge, and likely local allies. Climate and terrain also pose physical constraints to their campaign. While apparition offers a way around many natural barriers, its precision over long, unfamiliar distances is risky. In canon, even experienced wizards consider long-distance apparition dangerous, especially to locations not well visualized. Without maps, landmarks, or accurate magical reference points, the trio would risk splinching themselves or arriving far from their intended targets. A mistake in mountainous terrain like the Alps or remote steppe regions could mean death by exposure or discovery. To operate effectively, they would either need to take time to learn and scout these environments or restrict themselves to more navigable, urban areas, thus allowing Rome's remote provinces to continue functioning with minimal disruption. Furthermore, the dispersal of Roman power centers across geography complicates the notion of a decapitation strike. There is no single palace, fortress, or artifact whose destruction would bring about collapse. The emperor resides in Rome, but provincial governors wield enormous autonomous power, and many legions are based far from the capital. Even if the trio assassinated the emperor, the system would persist. If they overthrew a provincial government, others would remain intact. If they caused chaos in the West, the East could carry on unaffected. This decentralization, while politically centralized in rhetoric, gives Rome a natural resilience against localized disruption. It forces the trio into a long game, one where cumulative impact over time matters more than sudden, dramatic victories. Yet time is one of their greatest limitations. The longer they remain in this world, the greater the risk of exposure, exhaustion, or magical deterioration. In addition to practical constraints, geography also dictates perception. Rome's imperial propaganda relied heavily on Ipsions. It claimed unity by making itself seen in all places at once. The trio, despite their power, are nearly invisible. Their magic hides them even as it strikes. This invisibility, while tactically advantageous, becomes a strategic problem in a geographically dispersed empire. People will struggle to coordinate resistance against a force they cannot contact or identify. Local uprisings inspired by magical rumor may flare and die before the trio can support them. Coordinated rebellion across distance requires reliable communication, and while they have magical methods to send messages, the recipients must understand and believe them. Without the infrastructure of a magical society or an extensive wizarding underground, the trio's reach remains inherently limited by geography. Magic may let them move instantly, but it does not guarantee influence at a distance. One theoretical countermeasure would be to create magical nodes. Fixed locations protected and enchanted to serve as bases, sanctuaries, or communication hubs across the empire. These could function as relay points, training sites, or meeting grounds for potential allies. But building these nodes would take time, magical resources, and secrecy. Discovery by Roman forces would not only risk their destruction but also tip Rome off to the nature of the threat. The very act of solving the geographic challenge by creating permanence would expose the trio to retaliation. Rome's vastness is not just a backdrop. It is a character in its own right. It swallows dissent by stretching it across distance. It dilutes revolt by containing it in local compartments. It survives on the principle that no crisis is ever total, because something stable always lies beyond the frontier of chaos. For Harry, Ron, and Hermione, this creates a strategic paradox. Their greatest advantage is their ability to act quickly, decisively, and invisibly. But to bring down an empire of this size, they must be visible, persistent, and patient. In this contradiction lies one of the greatest challenges they face. The Roman Empire cannot be overthrown in a single place, because Rome is not in a single place. It is in the roads, the ports, the outposts, the temples, and the minds of its people, all stretched across a landscape too large for any trio, magical or not, to master outright. Geography does not make Rome immune to revolution. But it ensures that revolution will be slow, fragmented, and full of unintended consequences. The trio can move faster than armies, strike harder than rebels, and escape more cleanly than spies, but they cannot outrun the map. The land itself resists them, not with force, but with scale. And in the end, scale may be the only kind of resistance that magic cannot break. Power is more than the capacity to act, it is the ability to define reality. The Roman Empire, for all its military strength and administrative discipline, ultimately rested on a foundation of belief in the emperor's divine favor, belief in Rome's eternal destiny, belief in the inviolable structure of Roman law and order. These beliefs were reinforced through ritual, art, architecture, and spectacle. Statues of emperors towered over city centers. Temples honored both traditional gods and deified rulers. Coins bore imperial slogans that reached every corner of the empire. Rome did not merely rule its subjects, it taught them how to understand the world, and more importantly, who belonged at its center. For Harry, Ron, and Hermione, disrupting this belief system offers a uniquely powerful form of warfare, not through destruction, but through destabilization of perception. In a society structured around order, reason, and hierarchy, even the suggestion of the inexplicable could be profoundly corrosive. The trio's magic, unlike traditional rebellion, does not need to be explained. That is its strength. When a Roman soldier is thrown across a courtyard by an invisible force, when a senator's personal scroll bursts into flame without cause, when a statue of Mars weeps real blood before a temple crowd, these are not actions that require attribution. Their power lies in their ambiguity. The human mind abhors contradiction, and in a culture saturated with omens, rituals, and divine hierarchies, the unexplained does not merely puzzle, it terrifies. If used carefully, magical displays can become psychological triggers that collapse the moral certainty that sustains imperial authority. A spell is not just an event, it is a challenge to a worldview. It introduces doubt into the supposedly unshakable order of things. Roman religion and superstition are particularly susceptible to this kind of manipulation. While Roman thinkers admired Greek rationalism and scientific observation, the average citizen, and even many elites, lived in a world populated by signs, portents, and divine intervention. Augurs read the behavior of birds, haruspices examined the entrails of animals for clues to the gods' intentions. Solar eclipses could halt military campaigns. The trio, possessing the ability to simulate or manipulate such phenomena at will, could easily manufacture signs of divine displeasure or supernatural upheaval. A coordinated campaign of such incidents, spread across distant provinces and timed with key religious festivals, could lead priests and magistrates alike to question whether the gods had withdrawn their favor. And if the gods had abandoned Rome, then what claim did the empire have to rule? The psychological impact of such events would ripple beyond the priesthood. Soldiers rely not only on discipline, but on confidence. If units begin to believe they are cursed, or that their officers have been targeted by unseen forces, cohesion dissolves. Panic spreads more quickly in armies than reason, particularly in pre-modern contexts where events were often interpreted through a spiritual lens. Fear of supernatural retribution has historically broken more armies than enemy blades. The trio need not win every confrontation, they need only plant the seed of helplessness. If a garrison fears its fortress is haunted, or if commanders start carrying out rituals to ward off invisible attackers, then discipline has already been compromised. This psychological destabilization could be enhanced by the careful introduction of contradictory narratives. People are more unsettled by confusion than by violence. If Harry, Ron, and Hermione intentionally allow different versions of themselves to be seen in different parts of the empire, one appearing as a healer in Judea, another as a wrathful avenger in Gaul, a third as a prophet in Cappadocia, they could generate conflicting rumors that destabilize the empire's ability to create a unified counter-narrative. The empire would struggle to define the threat, and that ambiguity would make it impossible to respond coherently. The more Rome tries to explain the phenomenon, the less credible its explanations become. A threat that cannot be named becomes a kind of myth, and myths are difficult to silence once they take root in the public imagination. Furthermore, the trio could take advantage of the human tendency to anthropomorphize power. In Roman religion, gods often intervened in human affairs in disguise. Jupiter walked among men. Mercury played tricks. If magical events began to coincide with political or moral failures, people might come to see these figures not as sorcerers or rebels, but as divine judges. This would be a particularly powerful narrative in provinces already religiously volatile. In Judea, where monotheism created constant tension with Roman polytheism, the appearance of a figure wielding unexplainable power could be interpreted as the arrival of a messiah. In Egypt, where priesthoods remained influential, unexplained magical events might be viewed as the return of ancient divine forces long suppressed by Roman occupation. The trio would not even need to speak. The cultural contexts would do the interpretive work for them. But this strategy is not without risks. Psychological warfare, by its nature, creates instability, and instability invites radicalization. As Roman control falters, so too does its ability to protect against opportunistic violence, local warlords, or religious extremism. The same myth that liberates one city may plunge another into fanaticism. Moreover, the trio's refusal to identify themselves could backfire. Once people begin to worship or fear them as gods, their actions, however ethical in intent, become the foundation for new systems of control. Revolutions, when left unshaped, tend to generate new hierarchies. Harry, Ron, and Hermione may seek to destabilize, but if they are not prepared to guide the resulting vacuum, they may be creating not freedom, but chaos masked in divine language. There is also the moral dimension. Manipulating belief is not a neutral act. Hermione, especially, would understand the long-term consequences of mythologizing power. To present themselves as divine, even indirectly, is to place themselves above the very people they wish to empower. Harry, who has long resisted being turned into a symbol, would likely resist this form of warfare, aware of how easily heroes become idols and idols become tyrants. Ron, ever the realist, might argue that the ends justify the means. But even he would question whether the psychological damage inflicted on Rome might extend too far, unraveling not just imperial power, but the fragile cohesion of human civilization itself. Nonetheless, the opportunity is undeniable. Rome controls its subjects through stories about the emperor's wisdom, the god's favor, the permanence of order. Magic offers a way to shatter those stories without drawing a single blade. A spell is not just a tool, it is an interruption. It breaks the pattern of expected reality and replaces it with something that must be explained. And if it cannot be explained, it must be feared. And if it is feared, it begins to rule from the shadows. The trio could become a silent revolution in the Roman mind, not as conquerors, but as rumors. Not as rebels, but as questions. Not as men and women, but as a new truth hidden just beneath the surface of the known world. Imagine standing in a Roman plaza as twilight falls, watching the flicker of torchlight bounce off stone pillars inscribed with imperial decrees. A merchant closes his stall. A legionary, off-duty, jokes with his comrades. A senator's litter glides past, carried on the shoulders of slaves. It is a world of order and cruelty, majesty and injustice, held in place by the weight of centuries and the silence of those who could not speak. Now imagine something changes. No battle. No proclamation. Just a single moment, a feather falling upward, a voice that no one can locate, a figure in a cloak disappearing through a wall. The world shifts. Not because the laws have been broken, but because reality itself has hesitated. The disruption is small, almost imperceptible, but it spreads. A report reaches a governor of a soldier who went mad during a routine patrol. A priest insists that the omens contradict the stars. A baker swears his son turned into a bird and flew away. At first, these are dismissed, rumors, dreams, exaggerations. But rumors are not static. They grow in the telling. They accumulate, forming constellations in the minds of those desperate for something more than the lives they were given. Soon, people stop asking what is happening, and begin asking why. Why now? Why here? And most dangerously, what comes next? This is the unspoken power of the trio's presence in Rome, not the spells they cast, but the futures they erase. Every action they take has a weight beyond its immediate impact. They are not rebels in the traditional sense. They are anomalies. They break continuity. And in doing so, they invite a kind of instability that is not just political, but temporal. A child saved from execution might one day grow into a warlord. A supply ship destroyed might cause famine in one province and revolution in another. A single frightened senator, sensing the gods have turned against Rome, might vote to sacrifice thousands in an act of appeasement. No change exists in isolation. Every broken thread tugs at another. To interfere in history is not to rewrite it cleanly. It is to introduce friction where once there was certainty, to splinter what once seemed linear into 1,000 cascading outcomes. Hermione, of all people, would understand this most viscerally. She has lived with the weight of cause and effect, of knowledge that cannot be unlearned. She would know that history is not simply a matter of righting wrongs, it is a system, delicate and brutal, that does not react kindly to disruption. And yet, they are here. And the silence of the Forum is no longer as complete as it once was. The next steps they take will not be measured in battles won or emperors deposed. They will be measured in echoes. Shifts in culture, belief, and identity that cannot be traced directly but will ripple through the centuries. The question is no longer whether they can change the empire. The question is whether they should. In any analysis of the trio's hypothetical interference with the Roman Empire, the question of capability must eventually give way to the question of consequence. It is not enough to ask whether Harry, Ron, and Hermione could destabilize or overthrow the empire. We must ask what such an act would mean within the framework of historical causality. Time, unlike space or strategy, is not a battlefield that one can survey, plan for, or retreat from. It is both the stage and the script. To act in the past is to alter the present, even if no immediate change is visible. Every intervention becomes part of the machinery that drives future events. This is the paradox of time travel. The traveler becomes both witness and author, and the line between observation and interference becomes indistinguishable. In the Harry Potter canon, time travel is treated with caution and awe. The Time Turner, a regulated magical object, is capable of moving the user a limited number of hours into the past, and its misuse is described as dangerous and potentially catastrophic. The Ministry of Magic severely restricts access to such devices, not because of the physical danger involved, but because of the logical instability they introduce. Even a short-term temporal loop risks creating contradictions, two versions of oneself existing simultaneously, actions that negate their own causes, or causal chains that collapse under scrutiny. In this scenario, where the trio is transported not hours but nearly 2 millennia into the past, those dangers multiply exponentially. They are not simply bending history, they are operating entirely outside of it. Hermione, whose understanding of magical theory is unmatched, would likely be the most sensitive to the ethical implications. She would know that history is not a static object to be reshaped like clay. It is a living, interdependent network of choices, institutions, accidents, and beliefs. A single change, no matter how well-intentioned, could trigger a cascade of unintended consequences. The classic metaphor, borrowed from chaos theory, of a butterfly flapping its wings in one place causing a hurricane in another, becomes more than a metaphor in this case. If they prevent a Roman conquest in one region, that region may never adopt Roman law, never transmit Latin-based language, never become part of the European political evolution. If they discredit an emperor, they may empower a successor more ruthless and capable. If they inspire a religious movement, they may preempt the rise of another. In short, to interfere with Rome is to interfere with everything that comes after it. This raises a deeper ethical dilemma. Should one prioritize present moral action over future stability? If the trio witnesses systemic oppression, mass executions, or cultural erasure, as they undoubtedly would in various Roman provinces, do they have the right, or the obligation, to act? Is the suffering of millions in their own time somehow more important than the suffering of millions in the ancient world, simply because it lies in the past? Hermione, ever the moral philosopher, might argue that injustice is timeless, that if one has the power to stop suffering, one is morally bound to do so. Yet she would also understand that this position risks infinite regression. If every wrong in history must be corrected, then the very fabric of time becomes a battleground of perpetual revision. Harry, who has always acted from the heart rather than the abstract, would likely view the situation more personally. He would not be able to witness injustice and stand by, no matter what logic advised. His instinct to protect, to fight, to resist evil, would lead him into direct confrontation with the ethical constraints of time. But even Harry would eventually have to reckon with the reality that some victories come at the cost of unimaginable collateral damage. Saving a life in the year 130 AD could result in the erasure of countless lives in the modern world, people whose ancestors never met because a village was spared, or a war was won, or a famine delayed. The tragedy is not that he would make such a choice, but that he would never know the cost. Ron, perhaps more than either of them, would feel the tension between action and caution. Pragmatic and emotionally grounded, he would see the absurdity in trying to untangle the infinite web of consequence. But he would also feel the burden of inaction, of letting injustice stand simply because its absence might disrupt a future that is already flawed. For Ron, the future is not sacred. If history is full of suffering anyway, then why not try to change it? Why not take the risk if it means sparing even a few people the weight of Roman tyranny? There is, of course, the possibility that the trio's actions were always meant to be part of the timeline, that their presence in Rome is not a divergence, but a hidden factor in the historical record. This is the closed-loop theory of time travel, that all events, even those involving time travel, are self-consistent and predetermined. Under this model, the trio's sabotage, assassinations, or interventions would already be woven into the fabric of history, perhaps explaining certain anomalies or collapses that historians have long debated. But this view offers cold comfort. It replaces free will with fatalism. If their actions are inevitable, then so too are their mistakes. The morality of their choices becomes moot. They are no longer actors, but functions. And yet, the very act of wondering about consequence reveals something crucial. It shows that the trio, despite their extraordinary power, still believe in responsibility. They do not wield magic as gods, indifferent to outcome. They wrestle with the burden of their influence, knowing that the damage they do may never be seen, never be measured, and never be forgiven. This is what separates them from the empire they fight. Rome, for all its accomplishments, seldom paused to consider the moral cost of its expansion. The trio does. They must. In the end, there may be no perfect choice. To act is to change history. To refuse is to let it continue unchallenged. Time travel does not allow for neat conclusions. It offers only uncertainty, and the hope that those who walk through its corridors do so with humility, with caution, and with the wisdom to know that some victories can never be won, and some mistakes can never be undone. If Harry, Ron, and Hermione hope to achieve anything beyond temporary disruption, they cannot act alone forever. While their magical abilities give them near supernatural advantages, they are operating in a society that prizes loyalty, ritual, and order, and they are operate in. Trio cannot command legions, administer cities, or organize resistance on a continental scale without support. Their challenge, then, is to navigate a political and cultural environment profoundly unlike their own, and to do so without modern assumptions clouding their judgment. In this context, the search for allies becomes both an opportunity and a minefield. Every friend they make may bring enemies with them. Every alliance may come with a cost they cannot fully see. One of the most obvious sources of potential support lies with the empire's enslaved population, which numbered in the millions and formed the backbone of Roman urban labor, agriculture, and domestic service. While the idea of slave uprisings was a real and feared possibility within Rome, successful large-scale rebellions were rare. Spartacus's revolt in 73 to 71 BC was the most significant, and its brutal suppression left a lasting impression on the Roman psyche. Nonetheless, the oppressed remain the most likely group to be swayed by the trio's actions, especially if those actions are framed not as isolated acts of sabotage, but as part of a larger liberation effort. If Hermione were to reach out to enslaved people in key cities and demonstrate magical power on their behalf, say, by breaking their chains without touching them or vanishing their master's whips, she could spark the first flickers of organized revolt. But organizing slaves across the empire is not simple. Slavery was not homogeneous. It varied greatly by region, skill level, ethnicity, and proximity to Roman power. Some slaves were highly educated Greek tutors, others were Gallic prisoners of war working in mines, others still were domestic servants integrated into their masters' households. Creating unity among such a diverse and surveilled population would require careful messaging, deep cultural understanding, and time, resources the trio might not have. Moreover, any rebellion would likely invite swift and merciless Roman retaliation. The trio would have to decide whether they are prepared to incite such violence, or whether doing so would violate the very principles they stand for. Another potential ally lies in religious minorities and occupied peoples whose identities and autonomy had been eroded or suppressed under Roman rule. In Judea, simmering tensions between the Roman administration and Jewish populations had already led to open revolt just decades earlier, culminating in the destruction of the Second Temple in 70 AD. The wounds of that conflict remained raw in 130 AD, and another revolt, the Bar Kokhba Rebellion, was just years away. A mysterious magical figure promising liberation or divine vengeance could ignite such sentiments into full-blown rebellion, especially in a society already steeped in apocalyptic expectations. The risk, however, is that these religious movements come with their own ideological frameworks. The trio might be seen as messianic figures, but not according to their own values or intentions. Once mythologized, they would lose control of the narrative. The ally becomes the storyteller, and the storyteller reshapes the revolution to fit prophecy. In the eastern provinces, particularly Egypt, Syria, and Asia Minor, the remnants of older mystical tradition still existed in parallel with Roman religious structures. Egyptian priesthoods, Zoroastrian enclaves, Orphic cults, and other syncretic sects might view the trio's magical abilities as evidence of divine lineage or cosmic significance. Engaging with these groups could provide shelter, secrecy, and philosophical grounding for their cause. But again, the price is interpretive. These groups might not care about Roman oppression in a political sense. Their interest in the trio could be spiritual, ceremonial, or self-serving. Hermione would be wary of becoming a symbol for something she does not understand, especially if it means encouraging people to take dangerous actions based on misunderstood magical displays. Provincial elites could also be tempted into alliance, though for very different reasons. Many local aristocrats in the provinces resented the constant taxation, military conscription, and cultural erasure imposed by Rome. If the trio could demonstrate that Rome's grasp was slipping, some might gamble on rebellion or secession, hoping to carve out independent power. These elites have resources, troops, supplies, knowledge of the land, that could be strategically invaluable. But their motivations are not aligned with justice or liberation. They seek power, not principle. Supporting them might replicate the same structures of exploitation the trio seeks to dismantle. Ron, the most socially intuitive of the three, would likely sense this tension first. What begins as pragmatic cooperation could end in betrayal, or in the empowerment of a new tyranny. Then there is the question of possible magical allies already living within the Roman world. The Harry Potter canon never fully explores the history of magic outside of Britain, but we can extrapolate that if magic exists globally, it must have ancient roots. It is plausible that magical practitioners, albeit fewer in number and less organized, exist scattered throughout the empire. Druidic remnants in Britannia and Gaul, Eastern mystics along the Silk Road, or temple seers in Alexandria may all possess some knowledge of magic, even if degraded by centuries of suppression or syncretism. Discovering these individuals could allow the trio to begin forming a network, a proto-magical underground. But this would take time, trust, and considerable linguistic and cultural adaptation. There is also no guarantee that ancient magical practitioners would be friendly. Some may view the trio as interlopers, or as threats to long-established magical customs. Others may seek to exploit them, fearing extinction in a world that increasingly favors imperial rationalism over mystical autonomy. On the other side, we must consider the likelihood of emerging enemies who, while not magical, would prove uniquely dangerous. Chief among them are the Praetorian Guard and high-ranking Roman generals. While incapable of understanding magic, these men were masters of human systems, power, suspicion, and control. A commander who survives a magical attack may not understand the spell, but he will learn to identify patterns, build traps, exploit fear, and manipulate the imperial court to respond accordingly. Rome's historical strength lay not in defeating the unknown, but in turning it into doctrine. What begins as confusion quickly becomes procedure, curfews, purges, temple investigations, and the appointment of special tribunals. The empire would adapt, and it would do so ruthlessly. Roman religious authorities, particularly the College of Pontiffs and the augural colleges, would also become significant adversaries once the unexplained began to intersect with divine narrative. They might demand sacrifices, authorize pogroms, or declare the trio agents of foreign gods or demonic forces. Once the Roman public accepts that supernatural disruption is happening, the empire will move swiftly to incorporate or destroy it. And if that fails, the narrative could shift entirely, declaring the trio enemies not just of Rome, but of cosmic order itself. The greatest enemy, however, may not be a person or institution. It may be the imperial narrative itself. Rome was built on stories of destiny, law, and continuity. The trio are anomalies, walking impossibilities. They threaten the very categories through which Rome understands the world. No matter how many allies they find, no matter how careful they are, the system will move to protect itself, not out of malice, but out of inertia. It will twist truth, weaponize rumor, and reframe even benevolent acts as omens of doom. The trio's magic is not just a threat to the emperor, it is a threat to the story Rome tells about itself. And stories, once threatened, do not die quietly. Allies may offer strength, but they also introduce complexity. Every alliance is a gamble, an exchange of control, trust, and interpretation. The trio's success may depend not on how many supporters they gather, but on how well they navigate the fragile, often contradictory motives of those who claim to be on their side. They are not stepping into a clean battle of good versus evil. They are entering a world of negotiations, betrayals, and half-truths. In such a world, their greatest power may not be magic, but judgment. Disrupting an empire is one thing, replacing it is another. Up until this point, the trio's hypothetical campaign has relied on mobility, secrecy, and asymmetry, advantages born of their magical superiority and the empire's inability to counter the unknown. But sabotage cannot sustain a movement indefinitely. If the trio truly intends to unseat Roman authority in more than a symbolic or regional sense, they would eventually face a pressing question: can magic create not just chaos, but continuity? Could they, somewhere in the Roman world, found a magical resistant state, a permanent, self-defended community organized around their values and held together not by fear or conquest, but by magic, ideology, and resilience? To answer this, we must consider what a state requires: territory, people, governance, legitimacy, and defense. The trio's ability to seize territory, at least temporarily, is not in doubt. With magic, they could identify a remote and defensible location. Perhaps deep in the mountains of Gaul, the forests of Germania, or the deserts of North Africa, and use enchantments to make it invisible, protected, and difficult to approach. Hogwarts itself was hidden from the Muggle world through enchantments of disillusionment, repelling charms, and perception filters. Similar magic could be used to veil a magical citadel, a kind of ancient magical sanctuary state from which resistance operations could be coordinated. The use of defensive wards, physical concealment, and decoy illusions would make direct assault nearly impossible unless the location were compromised. But this is only the beginning. A state, even a hidden one, needs people. 3 individuals, no matter how powerful, cannot form a society. They would need allies, other magical practitioners, sympathetic locals, escaped slaves, marginalized intellectuals, or mystics seeking refuge. Recruitment would likely be slow, given the dangers involved and the secrecy required. Those recruited would need training in both magic, if they have magical potential, and ideology, forming the core of a new magical society grounded in shared principles and a mission of resistance. Education would be critical, much like Dumbledore's army, but on a broader, generational scale. Hermione, with her passion for learning and systems, would be the natural architect of such a school. She would design a curriculum, build an archive of magical knowledge, and ensure that new generations could wield magic responsibly and effectively. Governance presents a more complex challenge. The trio is united by friendship, trust, and shared trauma, but those are not scalable political principles. As numbers grow, dissent and disagreement will inevitably emerge. Decisions must be made about leadership structure, law enforcement, property, food distribution, punishment for betrayal, and engagement with outsiders. Would they attempt a democratic council, a benevolent magical hierarchy, or something more fluid? Harry, accustomed to reluctant leadership, might hesitate to formalize power structures. Hermione would insist on clarity and legal principles. Ron, wary of authoritarianism after his experience under Voldemort's regime, would be sensitive to the risk of replicating the very injustices they oppose. If the trio cannot agree, the resistant state may fracture under its own internal contradictions before it ever faces a Roman threat. Legitimacy is another obstacle. Within the hidden magical world, legitimacy might come from education, ethics, or protection. But for the wider, non-magical population of the Roman Empire, legitimacy was tied to Roman identity. People did not think of themselves as oppressed by an abstract imperial force. Many believed in the Pax Romana, the idea that Roman rule, even if harsh, brought peace, roads, trade, and law. To win hearts and minds, the magical state would need to offer not just opposition, but an alternative. It would need to demonstrate that it could provide safety, stability, and prosperity without replicating Rome's violence and inequality. This is not a trivial task. Most revolutions fail not because they lack the will to destroy, but because they lack the vision to rebuild. And finally, there is the issue of defense. The moment the resistant state is discovered, Rome will respond with overwhelming force. The trio may be powerful, but Rome is patient, methodical, and unforgiving. It would not charge blindly. It would study, prepare, and surround. Roman engineers would attempt to map terrain. Roman generals would develop siege plans. Roman philosophers and priests would attempt to rationalize or demystify the magical threat. Given enough time, Rome would adapt, as it always had. To survive, the resistant state must become not merely hard to find, but hard to kill. It would need contingency plans, fallback positions, and internal redundancies. If the central location is lost, can the movement survive elsewhere? If a leader dies, can others take their place? If the ideology fractures, can cohesion be restored? There are historical precedents for hidden states. The Qumran community of the Essenes in Judea, the Maroons of the Caribbean, the Scottish Highland clans during English occupation, all survived in harsh environments through secrecy, solidarity, and strategic retreat. But these examples all suffered from the same limitation, isolation. Hidden societies can endure, but they rarely grow. If the trio intends to merely survive, a magical enclave is feasible. If they intend to expand, to reshape the empire, they will eventually have to step out of hiding. This is where the dream of a magical state becomes most fragile. The moment they become visible, they must confront Rome not as phantoms, but as rivals. And Rome, above all, feared rivals. There is also the cultural challenge. Magic, in this setting, is an aberration. To most Romans, it would not be seen as innovation or liberation, but as impiety, trickery, or divine interference. Convincing people to join a magical society means teaching them to abandon not just their rulers, but their entire worldview. That process would take decades, perhaps centuries. And it would require a network of evangelists, teachers, and translators capable of working across cultural and linguistic divides. Hermione might begin to build this system, an underground of magical education and cultural adaptation, but it would be a slow and fragile process, vulnerable to betrayal at every stage. In the end, the trio's ability to establish a magical resistant state is not a question of magical power, but of political endurance. They could create a sanctuary. They could train followers. They could even survive, hidden in the shadows of empire. But survival is not victory. To win, they would need to outthink Rome not just in battle, but in administration, culture, and law. They would need to prove, not just to themselves, but to the world, that magic can govern, not just disrupt. That it can build, not just destroy. And in doing so, they would become something Rome could never anticipate, not rebels, not monsters, not gods, but rulers. If history teaches us anything about the Roman Empire, it is that its greatest strength was not brute force alone, but its capacity for adaptation. Rome survived and thrived not because it was rigid, but because it was elastic. It absorbed the strengths of its enemies, incorporated the gods of conquered peoples, stole the military tactics of its rivals, and translated foreign technologies into its own administrative machinery. When faced with the unknown, Rome did not retreat, it reorganized. The implication for Harry, Ron, and Hermione is clear. Once their magic becomes known, it will not be ignored or mystified forever. It will be studied, confronted, and inevitably redefined on Roman terms. The empire may be stunned by magic's initial appearance, but it would not remain passive. In time, Rome would move not only to resist magic, but to weaponize it. The first step in this adaptation process would likely be classification. Roman authorities, particularly within the religious and legal sectors, would begin to build explanatory models to contain and define what had previously seemed inexplicable. Spells would be interpreted through the lens of divine activity, ritual manipulation, or natural philosophy. Philosophers in Athens or Alexandria might frame magic as an extension of Stoic pneuma or Platonic form. Priests might see it as a new kind of theurgy, divine work, that needed to be understood and ritualized. Legal scholars would debate whether magical acts constituted crimes under existing laws on impiety or public harm. The goal would not be to understand magic in the way modern science understands new technologies, but to give it a place within Rome's conceptual universe. Once something is defined, it can be regulated. And once it is regulated, it can be controlled. The second Roman response would be militarization. If magical acts continued to occur across different provinces, causing confusion, disruption, or loss of military control, Rome would begin to develop tactical responses, even without fully understanding the mechanisms of magic. Roman engineers and generals were famously pragmatic. They built bridges across rivers, siege engines for walls, and countermeasures for every known enemy tactic. If magic became a battlefield variable, Rome would experiment until patterns emerged. They would observe what kinds of attacks caused magical effects to fail. They might notice that wizards require wands, and try to confiscate or destroy them. They would test different materials against spells, perhaps inventing early magical countermeasures in the form of reflective surfaces, sound confusion, or battlefield formations designed to scatter and disorient magical combatants. The most powerful Roman adaptation, however, would come not from opposing magic, but from absorbing it. The empire had a long history of turning enemies into tools. Gallic cavalry became auxiliaries. Egyptian grain became imperial subsidy. Even Christianity, once a persecuted sect, became state religion. If Roman officials discovered individuals with magical talent, latent or awakened, they would not only imprison or kill them. They would try to use them. The imperial cult might declare such individuals chosen by the gods. Magical ability could become a mark of divine favor, used to justify imperial authority. An emperor who could display magical prowess, or command the loyalty of magical beings, would be seen as more than a ruler. He would be seen as a living bridge between the mortal and the divine. This path raises the real possibility of a Roman magical corps, a cadre of magically empowered officials or soldiers, trained not in Hogwarts tradition, but in Roman discipline. Rome might try to create magical academies, using captive magical texts or knowledge extracted from captured wizards. They would likely develop a bureaucratic system for monitoring magical individuals, registration, restriction, ritual obligations. Those who disobeyed would face execution or public humiliation. Those who obeyed would be rewarded with land, titles, or citizenship. Over time, magic would cease to be revolutionary. It would become institutional. The very thing the trio used to resist the empire might become one of its new tools. This outcome. Roman religion, after all, was filled with specialists, augurs, haruspices, flamines, who performed rituals to interpret or influence divine will. The state had long accepted that some individuals could mediate the supernatural. Magic, once rebranded as a divine gift or sacred science, could fit into this system with shocking ease. And once it was formalized, it could be monopolized. Magic would no longer be an unpredictable threat, it would be a state-sanctioned technology, deployed at the pleasure of the emperor. From a cultural perspective, this transformation would have consequences far beyond military strategy. Roman art, literature, and education would begin to reflect magical themes. Magical myths could be woven into the founding narratives of Rome itself. New cults might arise around magical figures, especially if the trio's presence sparks public fascination or spiritual hunger. Over generations, the memory of a magical rebellion could fade into legend. Repackaged as divine visitation or moral allegory. The true nature of the trio's mission could be forgotten, overwritten by stories designed to serve Roman interests. To prevent this outcome, the trio would have to make an impossible choice. If they reveal too much, Rome will learn to mimic and absorb them. If they reveal too little, their efforts may die in silence. The tension between secrecy and inspiration becomes a moral and strategic dilemma. Should they teach others, knowing that knowledge may one day be turned against them? Or should they hoard magic, knowing that isolation breeds fragility? The more they succeed, the more attention they attract. And the more attention they attract, the more Rome learns. The empire does not need to defeat magic. It only needs to survive it long enough to understand it. And once it understands it, it will do what it has always done. It will build a temple, issue a tax, and call it Roman. History does not remember interruptions kindly. It remembers victors, martyrs, founders, and failures, but not those who tried to be something in between. Harry, Ron, and Hermione are not trying to become emperors. They are not leading a revolution in the traditional sense, nor do they represent a tribe, a class, or a religion. They are three strangers in a time that cannot understand them, operating with power that defies the language and logic of the world around them. For now, they are ghosts, anomalies, moving invisibly through history, breaking things with precision, then disappearing again before the dust settles. But how long can that last? At some point, even shadows cast outlines. Even myths leave footprints. They can sneak through the catacombs, unsettle the priesthood, terrify soldiers, and bring governors to their knees, but eventually someone will ask, who are they? And more importantly, what do they want? The deeper question is not whether Rome can be overthrown by 3 wizards. It's what those wizards would become in the process of trying. For all their planning, for all their spells and caution and clever tactics, they are still shaped by something fragile: hope. Not hope in the abstract, but hope in a specific kind of future. A future where justice doesn't need fear, where knowledge isn't hoarded or chained, where power protects rather than dominates. They believe, deep down, that it is possible to do better. That systems of cruelty can be dismantled, that oppression is not eternal, that history can be persuaded to bend. But history is stubborn. It does not listen easily, and it does not forget when it is challenged. Each step they take forward comes with a choice, and each choice takes something from them. Hermione, the thinker, finds herself pushed into decisions without time for deliberation. She must act in the moment, without full data, without centuries of hindsight, constantly aware that her knowledge of Roman civilization is simultaneously immense and woefully incomplete. She knows the paradox of intervention better than anyone. Fixing one injustice may cause 10 others. Leaving things alone may preserve a future built on bones. Every act is a compromise, and every compromise chips away at the neat categories she once trusted: right, wrong, truth, justice. There is a quiet erosion happening inside her, one she fears may become irreversible. Ron, for all his practicality, carries a different burden. He sees the faces. He remembers the people they've saved, and the ones they couldn't. Unlike Hermione, who sees systems, and unlike Harry, who sees missions, Ron sees communities, relationships, the ordinary lives upended by their actions. He fears that they are becoming symbols rather than people, that the world around them is beginning to look at them not with understanding, but with awe or terror. And awe, he knows, is just another form of distance. He worries that they are drifting too far from the people they're trying to help. That they are starting to sound like rulers. Like legends. Like the ones who never come back. Harry, ever the one to act, finds himself haunted not by fear but by momentum. Every victory demands another. Every life saved invites a new question: why not save more? Why stop here? Why not push further, strike harder, go faster? He was never trained to think in systems. He was trained to stand between danger and the vulnerable and not flinch. But here, the danger is not a single Dark Lord. It's a civilization, 1,000 years of layered power, belief, and self-perpetuating violence. He wants to protect, but the scale of it is drowning him. His spells are effective, but they do not solve hunger. His bravery is unmatched, but it cannot rebuild broken communities. He is learning, painfully, that courage is not always the right tool. And that sometimes, being a hero means stepping back. And then there's the temptation. Not to destroy or dominate, but to stay. To build. To become something lasting. The idea creeps in quietly, wrapped in logic and good intention. If they build a better version of the world, isn't that a kind of justice? If they show Rome how to govern with compassion, isn't that progress? If they're the only ones who can see the future, who else can be trusted to guide it? These are not selfish thoughts, not at first. But they are seductive. All revolutions start with good intentions. All empires start with a promise of order. They did not come here to rule. But power does not care about intentions. It cares only about use. They are not the same people who stepped into the past. The longer they stay, the more they are changed. Not just by what they see, but by what they must become to continue. Their friendships are still strong, but the silence between decisions grows heavier. Their disagreements are sharper now, their questions harder to answer. The stakes have grown beyond resistance. Now they are carving paths into history. And the future, their own future, might already be different because of it. When the Romans write their histories, centuries from now, will the trio be remembered at all? Will they be named as gods, or demons, or dismissed as legend? Or will the empire survive them, absorb their myth, and continue forward as if nothing had changed? Worse still, what if everything does change, and it is not better? What if, in trying to burn the empire down, they light the torch that someone else uses to build the next one? The question is no longer whether Harry, Ron, and Hermione can defeat Rome. The question is what they'll lose of themselves, of each other, of the future, if they try. Even without the intrusion of time-traveling wizards, the Roman Empire faced existential threats, challenges from within and beyond that exposed its structural vulnerabilities and its remarkable, though not infinite, resilience. These threats did not emerge from foreign empires of equal strength, but from asymmetric actors, outnumbered rebels, marginalized religious movements, and exiled generals with the audacity to defy Rome's dominance. If Harry, Ron, and Hermione were to wage their campaign against the empire, they would be walking paths once trodden by others, paths that reveal the difference between disruption and lasting change. To understand the trio's chances, we must understand those who tried before them. The first and most thematically resonant case is Spartacus, a gladiator-turned-revolutionary who led the most famous slave revolt in Roman history between 73 and 71 BC. Like the trio, Spartacus was not part of the Roman elite. He was an outsider, fighting from below the system rather than from within it. He began with a modest group of escaped gladiators, but his cause resonated with tens of thousands of slaves who saw in him a chance to challenge their systemic bondage. What began as a jailbreak became a massive insurgency, drawing an army of perhaps 70,000 men at its height. Spartacus won multiple engagements against Roman forces, demonstrating brilliant tactical maneuvering. His army even reached the Alps, with an opportunity to disperse into freedom. But Spartacus turned back, whether out of loyalty to his men or a desire to continue the rebellion within Roman territory. Eventually, he was crushed by Crassus, his army annihilated, and thousands of his followers crucified along the Appian Way. What Spartacus teaches us is that military success does not guarantee political survival. His movement had no ideological infrastructure, no vision for governance, no plan for replacing the world it sought to burn down. His rebellion terrified Rome, but Rome adapted. It treated the uprising not as a systemic indictment, but as an emergency, an anomaly to be extinguished. And when it was extinguished, it was erased. For Harry, Ron, and Hermione, this story is a cautionary one. Magic may allow them to strike harder and more cleanly than Spartacus ever could. But if they do not build something lasting, something to carry the revolution beyond their lifetimes, their efforts may vanish as his did, swept away by the empire's ability to reassert normalcy once the dust settles. Another comparison lies in the figure of Hannibal Barca, the Carthaginian general who brought Rome to the brink of annihilation during the Second Punic War. Hannibal crossed the Alps with war elephants, defeated Roman armies in pitched battle, and occupied much of the Italian peninsula for over a decade. His tactical genius at battles like Cannae, where he encircled and destroyed a numerically superior Roman force, remains one of the most studied military achievements in history. Hannibal did not just fight Rome, he terrified it. Roman senators feared him as a near-mythical figure. Parents invoked his name to frighten children. Yet despite his brilliance, Hannibal failed. He was never able to force Rome into surrender. His logistical limitations, inability to secure decisive political alliances within Italy, and eventual abandonment by Carthage ensured that his campaign became one of endurance rather than victory. When Rome turned the tide and invaded Carthage itself, Hannibal was recalled and eventually defeated. Hannibal's story offers insight into what happens when a brilliant, unconventional force meets Rome's systemic durability. The empire, even before it was an empire, had a capacity for long-term strategic patience that few adversaries could match. While Hannibal won battles, Rome won the war by refusing to give up, adapting its army, and attacking the support structures that sustained him. For the trio, this is more than historical trivia. It is a glimpse into Rome's response to exceptional individuals. Magic, like Hannibal's elephants and ambushes, may surprise and terrify. But if it does not scale, if it does not erode Rome's central organs, it will be met not with collapse, but with countermeasures. Just as Rome learned to fight Hannibal by changing its approach, it could learn to neutralize magic, not by understanding it, but by outlasting it. And then there is the most complex and ultimately transformative case, the rise of Christianity. Unlike Spartacus or Hannibal, early Christians did not raise armies or wage direct war. Their revolution was ideological, social, and slow. Christianity began in the eastern provinces as a marginal Jewish sect. Its followers were often poor, unarmed, and marginalized. It spread not through conquest, but through preaching, community building, and an uncompromising moral vision that appealed to slaves, women, and those disillusioned with Rome's political and religious structures. It was persecuted, criminalized, and misunderstood. And yet, by the 4th century, it had become the official religion of the empire. Not by overthrowing Rome, but by converting it. This transformation is perhaps the most relevant to the trio's situation. Christianity succeeded where revolts failed because it changed the story people believed about the world. It replaced Jupiter with Jesus, imperial virtue with personal salvation, legal citizenship with spiritual belonging. It created alternative institutions, churches, hierarchies, theological schools, that mirrored Roman structure while quietly subverting it. By the time Constantine embraced Christianity, it had already become a cultural force too large to suppress. Its power did not lie in force, but in meaning. For Harry, Ron, and Hermione, this suggests a different path. They may never overthrow Rome in the traditional sense. But if they can plant an idea, if they can show that power can exist without domination, that knowledge need not serve only the strong, that magic is not something to be feared or weaponized but understood and shared, they may start a ripple that grows long after they are gone. The danger here, of course, is loss of control. Christianity triumphed, but also splintered, corrupted, and became, at times, the very thing it had once resisted. The trio would need to remain vigilant, not just against Rome, but against what their revolution might become in other hands. Each of these cases, Spartacus, Hannibal, and the Christian uprisings, demonstrates that Rome was not invincible. It could be threatened, shaken, even transformed. But only Christianity changed Rome from the inside out. That is the lesson and the warning. If the trio seeks to destroy Rome, they will likely fail. If they seek to replace it, they must become what they resist. But if they seek to change the way people think, not just about Rome, but about the world, then they must prepare for a legacy that outlives them, reshapes them, and possibly erases them. Revolutions rarely end the way they begin. Sometimes they succeed. Sometimes they burn out. And sometimes, like a whisper buried in stone, they take root so deeply that the empire itself forgets who planted the seed. By now, the theoretical tools are in place. The magical capabilities of Harry, Ron, and Hermione have been measured against the military, political, and cultural strength of the Roman Empire. We've explored the implications of geography, supply chains, ideology, time travel ethics, and historical precedent. Yet knowing what could be done is not the same as planning what should be done. To move forward, we must shift from theoretical possibility to strategic modeling. If the trio were to take action with a specific goal in mind, whether the toppling of the empire, the liberation of oppressed populations, or the planting of a new socio-political paradigm, what might their plans actually look like? What would the steps be? What resources would they require? And how would Rome be expected to respond? Three broad strategic pathways emerge from the analysis: shock and overthrow, slow subversion, and cultural integration. Each represents a different vision of revolution. Each comes with strengths, weaknesses, and deeply divergent consequences. What follows is a detailed breakdown of these three scenarios. The first model, shock and overthrow, relies on speed, terror, and decisive magical superiority. The trio would aim to strike Rome's critical centers of power simultaneously or in rapid succession, paralyzing imperial command, collapsing infrastructure, and creating a leadership vacuum that the empire could not recover from. This would likely begin with the assassination or incapacitation of the emperor, ideally during a major public ritual or spectacle, where the magical act would be witnessed and mythologized instantly. Simultaneously, the trio would launch coordinated attacks on symbolic and logistical targets, aqueducts leading into Rome, the granaries and harbors of Ostia, and communication hubs in key provinces. Apparition allows them to act globally in a single day. The goal is not occupation but decapitation, cutting off the imperial head and leaving the limbs to collapse. The appeal of this model is its clarity and simplicity. It leverages the trio's magical strengths, stealth, speed, and psychological impact, and forces the empire into crisis before it can adapt. The fall of central authority could spark local uprisings, slave revolts, and secessions. However, the drawbacks are immense. Rome's institutional structure is decentralized. The death of a single emperor rarely meant systemic collapse. Furthermore, history shows that moments of vacuum are often filled by opportunists or military strongmen. In this scenario, the trio becomes destroyers without a mechanism to replace what they've toppled. Unless they follow their initial strikes with a sustainable political structure, their revolution may birth chaos rather than liberation. The risk of unintended consequences, including famine, civil war, and cultural regression, is extremely high. The second model, slow subversion, is longer in timeline but potentially deeper in impact. Here, the trio would avoid direct confrontation and instead operate as invisible saboteurs and ideological insurgents. Rather than trying to collapse the empire outright, they would aim to erode its legitimacy piece by piece. This strategy would involve planting false omens, manipulating religious rituals, confusing military orders, protecting local rebellions, and quietly supporting alternate centers of governance. Hermione, in particular, would play a central role, disseminating magical texts disguised as philosophical works, building secret networks of education, and embedding subversive ideas in existing institutions. The trio might take on multiple identities: wandering seers, rogue gods, traveling healers, using myth and confusion to seed doubt in Rome's invincibility. The strength of this model is its insulation from backlash. By never appearing as a centralized threat, the trio avoids giving Rome a single target to focus its response on. Instead, they operate like a virus in the bloodstream, weakening the host slowly, subtly, and from within. This scenario also allows for alliances to develop gradually. Over years, they might cultivate magical allies, convert provincial governors, and construct a parallel system of power that eventually outcompetes the imperial one. But the challenges are formidable. Subversion requires patience, secrecy, and immense discipline. It may take decades to see real results, and success is not guaranteed. There is also a risk of fragmentation, disconnected uprisings, misinterpretations of magical events, and rival factions forming their own ideologies around the trio's legend. Without constant guidance, the movement could become incoherent, or worse, corrupted. The third model, cultural integration, is the least violent but perhaps the most revolutionary in scope. In this approach, the trio does not oppose Rome directly at all. Instead, they seek to change it by participating in it, covertly at first, and then more openly. They would identify reformist factions within the Senate, sympathetic priests, scholars, and provincial leaders who could be guided toward a new S. of Roman life, and justice, education, and decentralization are introduced through policy rather than revolt. Hermione might pose as a foreign philosopher. Ron could serve as an advisor to a governor or military official. Harry, known for his charisma and instincts, could operate among the disillusioned young elite, spreading ideas about leadership that challenged the traditional Roman martial ideal. In this scenario, magic becomes a cultural influence rather than a destructive force. Spells are taught not as weapons, but as tools, used to heal, build, teach, and protect. Over time, the trio introduces a new class of citizen, the magically educated servant of the Republic. Not warriors. Not gods. Not rebels. Civil servants of a future not yet imagined. The risk here is dilution. Rome is a machine designed to repurpose whatever it touches. If the trio is not vigilant, their ideas may be absorbed, stripped of meaning, and turned into instruments of control. Magic could become a tool of statecraft, not liberation. Moreover, this model requires long-term presence, the gradual sacrifice of identity, and the risk of moral compromise. To change the empire from within, they must become part of it. And that path carries the most personal danger of all. These three models are not mutually exclusive. In reality, a successful strategy would likely borrow from each, beginning with tactical shocks, moving into subversion, and eventually seeking integration where feasible. The trio is not a government, nor a religious order, nor a revolutionary cell. They are something new, defined by the contradictions they carry. Power without armies. Vision without territory. Morality without mandate. Their greatest strength may lie not in any one path, but in their ability to weave between them, acting as liberators in one region, healers in another, and phantoms everywhere else. But each path has a cost. Shock and overthrow requires speed and decisive action, but risks collapse. Slow subversion demands patience and nuance, but risks irrelevance or corruption. Cultural integration offers the most enduring change, but risks erasure and assimilation. The question facing the trio is not just how to begin, but how far they are willing to go, and what kind of world they are trying to leave behind. Revolution is not a single act. It is a posture, a narrative, a series of decisions that slowly harden into history. Rome will resist. It always does. The question is not whether it can be challenged. The question is what happens when the challenge is no longer a battle, but a blueprint. The shock and overthrow model hinges on the trio's ability to rapidly dismantle the centralized nervous system of the Roman Empire. While Rome's strength rested in its sprawling bureaucracy and layered provincial governance, its ideological and operational core, a military command, religious legitimacy, legal order, was tightly focused on the capital and a few key urban nodes. This path assumes the trio's mission is not to transform Rome or slowly subvert it, but to cripple it so completely and so suddenly that it cannot recover. This strategy would begin with decapitation strikes, high-impact magical assaults against Rome's political and religious elite. The logical target is the emperor, who in the year 130 AD was Hadrian, a competent, deeply administrative ruler well known for consolidating power and constructing a defensive military strategy symbolized by Hadrian's Wall. Killing him in isolation would not end the empire, but killing him publicly and impossibly, perhaps during a major religious ritual or triumph, could break the myth of imperial invincibility. Consider the Ludi Romani, a public festival in honor of Jupiter, held in the Circus Maximus. The trio could use disillusionment charms, apparition, or even Fidelius-based observation points to infiltrate the event. a visible use of Avada Kedavra, or more symbolically, Sectum Sempra to strike down the emperor mid-ceremony, witnessed by tens of thousands, would immediately plunge Rome into both administrative and cosmological crisis. In Roman theology, the emperor's death under supernatural or unclean circumstances might be interpreted as divine rejection, unsettling the Senate, the army, and the plebs simultaneously. Yet assassination is not enough. The next layer is infrastructure sabotage, designed to create panic and logistical paralysis. Rome's lifeline was its grain supply, known as the annona, which relied heavily on shipments from Egypt and North Africa. The port of Ostia served as the entry point for most of this traffic. A magical assault on Ostia's warehouses, perhaps using incendio, reducto, or even fiendfire, if the trio dared to risk its uncontrollability, could destroy months of reserves in a single night. Similarly, magically scuttling or vanishing inbound grain vessels would cause immediate scarcity in the capital. Given Rome's urban dependency on food subsidies, even a few weeks of delayed shipments could spark unrest. At the same time, the trio could cripple communication lines. While Rome did not have telegraphy, it maintained an extraordinary courier system through the cursus publicus. Destroying way stations, turning key messengers into ferrets, or using confundo and obliviate to cause total breakdown in message reliability would paralyze provincial coordination. Apparition and time turners, if brought with them or smuggled into the past, would allow the trio to attack multiple outposts near simultaneously, giving the illusion of omnipresence. Even a handful of well-timed assaults on message carriers between Rome, Gaul, and the East could delay military mobilization by weeks. Another target is military morale. Roman legions were disciplined, loyal, and typically impervious to superstition, but not invulnerable to panic. Imagine a nighttime assault on a frontier garrison, say, the Legio ex Gemina in Hispania, where the soldiers awaken to see their centurion levitate into the air, scream in Parseltongue, and explode into a cloud of black smoke. Follow this with an enchanted boggart released into the barracks, or the use of Gemino to create an infinite chain of illusory swords falling from the sky, and even hardened soldiers would falter. The point is not to defeat every legion, but to undermine confidence in the state's ability to protect its own. Religious institutions, too, would be ripe for disruption. The College of Pontiffs, the Vestal Virgins, and the imperial cult served as anchors of Roman ideological continuity. A carefully executed magical desecration of Jupiter Optimus Maximus on the Capitoline Hill. Say, animating the statue using Pirtotum Locomotor to denounce the emperor, or causing a blood-red storm above the forum through atmospheric charms, would unmoor the cultural narrative of divine favor. The Roman elite might interpret these events as divine wrath or omens. The plebeians, who already consumed prophecy and rumor, might conclude that the gods had abandoned the Senate and turned to unknown powers. The resulting vacuum of belief could lead to mass hysteria, mass conversion to any new ideology the trio chose to promote, or even nihilism. The major advantage of the shock and overthrow path is that it leveraged the trio's greatest strengths, mobility, magical power, and unpredictability, against the empire's softest psychological targets, unity, divine legitimacy, and control. The damage could be extreme, fast, and culturally destabilizing. But the model comes with acute drawbacks. First, the Roman military response. While the early blows would cause confusion, Rome's talent was adaptation. Field commanders would quickly assume emergency powers, bypassing the Senate, and institute countermeasures. Civilian curfews, religious purges, and scorched earth policies could follow. If the trio was captured, the empire might parade their bodies, or fake versions, through the streets to reclaim the narrative. Even if they could not counter the spells, Rome would treat magic as an insurgency and respond accordingly, with attrition, hostage-taking, and brute force. Second, there is the problem of succession. Even if Hadrian and his inner circle were removed, the Roman system was designed to absorb crisis. The imperial cult might canonize Hadrian as a martyr, and another strongman, perhaps Antoninus Pius, who was in line for succession, could consolidate power under a narrative of revenge. In other words, the shock might harden Rome's resolve rather than break it. Without a structure in place to replace imperial authority, the trio's assault could result in a more militarized, more authoritarian Rome. And finally, there is the ethical cost. Shock and overthrow leaves little room for nuance. It risks collateral damage on a civilizational scale. The trio, trained at Hogwarts to use force sparingly and to protect the innocent, would be acting more like magical revolutionaries than defenders. Even if they justified their actions as necessary, the line between liberation and terrorism would blur. The wizarding world had always struggled with this line, seen in figures like Grindelwald, whose vision of magical supremacy began with promises of the greater good. If the trio were not careful, they might become the very force they once fought against. Shock and Overthrow offers the clearest path to spectacle, myth, and immediate impact. It could make the trio gods in the eyes of Rome, or monsters. Either way, it begins not with diplomacy or subversion, but with fire, fear, and the breaking of the old world in one sharp, irrevocable strike. The Roman Empire in 130 AD is vast, complex, and self-confident, but it is not immune to slow decay. Bureaucratic sprawl, cultural contradictions, regional resentment, and ideological rigidity all simmer beneath the imperial surface. If Harry, Ron, and Hermione wished not to destroy Rome in a blaze of magical glory, but to unravel it from within, they could adopt a methodical strategy of subversion. Their goal would not be dramatic upheaval, but the patient infection of Roman institutions with magical influence, false narratives, fractured loyalties, and competing authorities. The victory would not come in a single moment, but in the quiet, cumulative collapse of trust in the Roman system. The core of this strategy is anonymity. The trio must never appear as a centralized threat. Rather than acting as a visible rebellion, they would sow doubt, contradiction, and instability through dozens of minor magical events, all disconnected in appearance but deeply coordinated. The wizarding world offers an arsenal uniquely suited to such quiet disruption. Polyjuice Potion would allow them to assume the identities of Roman officials, merchants, or itinerant priests. Confundus Charms could be used to subtly sabotage bureaucratic orders, alter legal documents, or cause provincial tax records to go missing, appearing as clerical error rather than revolution. Obliviation would be essential, both for cleaning up after magical encounters and for planting false memories in useful targets. A disillusioned tribune remembers a prophetic dream, a wealthy matron believes her slaves vanished due to divine disapproval. Roman society, deeply reliant on ritual, symbolism, and cosmic harmony, would be especially vulnerable to this kind of magical misdirection. The trio could exploit the empire's dependence on religious legitimacy by staging magically fabricated omens. Using weather manipulation charms to produce unseasonal storms before an imperial military campaign, or turning the statues of Mars and Jupiter to weep blood with enchanted illusions, would ripple through both elite and popular consciousness. Romans read signs constantly, in animal entrails, lightning strikes, and temple fires. If those signs began to contradict imperial policy, confidence in the gods' favor could erode. Hermione, well versed in magical theory and ancient history, would orchestrate these manipulations with care, ensuring that magical interference mirrors familiar religious phenomena. Nothing must seem foreign, only cursed or displeased. A key target of this strategy would be the Roman legal system, particularly in urban centers like Ansh, Alexandria, and Carthage, where educated elites carried out complex judicial and tax-related functions. By discreetly enchanting court documents, confusing witnesses, or causing records to rewrite themselves, with Protean charms or Mimblewimble hexes, the trio could corrode the empire's legal authority from the inside. Rome's empire depended on a facade of justice. Undermining that perception would not lead to rebellion overnight, but it would sow deep institutional cynicism over time. governors and magistrates might find themselves paralyzed, unsure whether their edicts are being obeyed or distorted. Public confidence in the rule of law would falter. Another focus would be the provincial identities buried under Roman homogenization. Many cultures within the empire had been forcibly assimilated: Gauls, Britons, Jews, Dacians, Egyptians. The trio could leverage this suppressed diversity by reactivating dormant cultural institutions and empowering them with magical support. For instance, Hermione might secretly deliver enchanted scrolls to druidic communities in Gaul, enabling them to perform ancient rituals long thought extinct. Ron could distribute protective enchantments to Gallic farmers, subtly strengthening their loyalty to their ancestral identities. Harry, drawing on his instinct for inspiration, could appear to rebel leaders as a silent guardian, healing wounds in the night or intervening in skirmishes without explanation, creating rumors of divine intervention in support of local causes. The goal is not to unify all rebellions, but to make Rome fight a dozen small wars, each disconnected, each made more dangerous by an invisible, inexplicable power operating behind the scenes. The trio could also tamper with economic infrastructure, exploiting magical methods of scarcity creation. Rome's economy depended heavily on monetary taxation, grain distribution, and provincial extraction. A well-placed Gemino curse could double the currency in circulation, triggering inflation. Enchanting a few key cargo manifests to disappear mid-transport would cause panic in urban supply chains. If they placed Muggle-repelling charms around certain rural areas, Roman tax collectors might begin to report entire villages as mysteriously empty or vanished. Such phenomena, if dispersed carefully, would seem like administrative failure rather than coordinated resistance. This model also allows time to develop networks. The trio would avoid open recruitment, instead identifying and empowering autonomous figures, disenfranchised priests, skeptical philosophers, overburdened provincial governors. Rather than founding a movement under their own names, they would inspire others to become agents of disruption. Hermione might leave enchanted texts that only open under full moons or to those with certain dialects. Ron could cultivate trust among caravan drivers and tavern owners. People who spread rumor and move information. Harry, always drawn to the vulnerable, might teach basic defensive charms to escaped slaves in a hidden mountain settlement, never staying long, but leaving behind whispers of the hidden teachers. The strength of slow subversion lies in its resilience. The Empire cannot easily fight what it cannot name. Rome, structured to respond to visible enemies and formal declarations, would struggle to counteract decentralized magical corruption. While some inquisitorial efforts might begin, especially among religious officials, they would suffer from lack of coherence. No one target would appear twice. No clear message would unite the strange events. Was this divine punishment? A new cult? Sorcery? Foreign sabotage? Rome's worst nightmare is not rebellion, but ambiguity. But this model is not without its dangers. First is moral ambiguity. The trio's use of memory charms, cultural manipulation, and psychological warfare flirts with authoritarianism. They are not liberating minds, they are shaping them. There is a difference between empowering a people and choosing their destiny for them. The line between subversion and mind control narrows quickly. Hermione would feel this first. Her desire for systemic justice may clash with the ethical compromises this model demands. Second, the model is vulnerable to interruption. Subversion requires time. If one of the trio were captured or killed early in the process, the network might collapse. Their actions would be interpreted not as a slow unraveling of empire, but as localized madness. Worse, if the magical community they cultivate is not grounded in clear principles, it may evolve into cults, magical elitism, or regional authoritarianisms. Without oversight, power replicates the systems it replaces. Finally, there is the risk of irrelevance. If the trio remains too hidden, too fragmented, they may be forgotten altogether. Their effort might pass into myth, distorted beyond recognition. They may one day find themselves confronting a new Rome, one still functioning, but now filled with superstitions and rituals born from their own shadows. They would have changed the world, but not saved it. And yet, this model may offer the best chance for a future that does not collapse into empire or war. It is slower, quieter, less glorious. But revolutions made of whispers, carefully placed cracks, and disobedient thoughts can outlast even the most gilded marble. Perhaps the trio's greatest act of magic is not defeating Rome, but making it doubt itself, forever. The cultural integration model does not begin with fire. It begins with patience, fluency, and ambiguity. In this scenario, Harry, Ron, and Hermione would adopt Roman identities, not in disguise, but in earnest. They would not seek to overthrow the empire directly or secretly corrode it from the shadows. Instead, they would enter Roman society, become part of its elite intellectual and political fabric, and gradually steer its culture and governance toward a more humane, magical, and pluralistic future. To do this, they would need to start with assimilation, not resistance. Each member of the trio would take on a role suited to their natural strengths, and adapt to a Roman worldview without sacrificing their ultimate goal. Hermione, fluent in Latin and steeped in classical literature, could easily assume the persona of a philosophical matrona or wandering scholar from the East, perhaps claiming lineage from Alexandria or Syria. She would gain entrance into the salons of wealthy senatorial households, where educated women, though rare, were not unheard of and where intellectual novelty was prized. There, she could begin to seed ideas. Through Platonic language, Stoic terminology, and allegorical reasoning that subtly questioned slavery, imperial absolutism, and patriarchal control. Ron, less comfortable with abstract ideology, would be the practical infiltrator. He might pose as a provincial military advisor, perhaps from the Northern Territories, a supposed veteran of auxiliary service with tales of strange phenomena in Britannia. Romans were fascinated by omens and signs from the edges of the empire. Ron could cultivate a reputation for uncanny instinct and battlefield insight, derived, of course, from subtle magical enhancement. He would be well positioned to influence local officials and officers, especially those posted far from the capital, who often enjoyed wide autonomy and little oversight. His contribution would be less ideological and more relational: trust, camaraderie, and loyalty earned through shared hardship. Harry's role would be the most complex. Charismatic, morally grounded, and instinctively protective, he would operate at the edge. Why orbiting it? He might live as a traveling healer, combining Muggle medicine with magical cures so subtle they appear miraculous, yet plausible. Romans were deeply superstitious and had a long tradition of accepting foreign religious healers, miracle workers, and divinely touched physicians. Over time, Harry could gain a following, not as a general or a prophet, but as a man of mystery and compassion whose teachings elevate mercy, humility, and inner strength. In essence, he would become a moral exemplar inside a system starved of them. The trio's overarching strategy would be ideological transposition. They would take the values they hold, compassion, liberty, education, mutual aid, and humility, and translate them into Roman frameworks. Romans valued virtus, pietas, and gravitas, virtue, duty, and seriousness. The trio would not discard these ideals but reinterpret them. Virtus could be recast as moral courage, not conquest. Pietas as duty to all, not just to gods and fathers. Gravitas as the depth of wisdom and restraint, not pride. This would allow them to slowly redirect cultural momentum, not by attacking Rome's identity, but by remapping it. Crucially, this model depends on institutional creativity. Hermione might found a school, not as Hogwarts, but as a Ludus Sapientiae, a school of wisdom open to slaves, women, foreigners, and other non-elites under the pretense of philosophical instruction. using magical objects disguised as Muggle tools, e.g., self-writing quills, ever-clean scrolls, light-enhancing charms. She could create the illusion of advanced technology rather than overt magic. The school would teach literacy, critical thinking, and ethical philosophy, sprinkled with magical protection and subtle enchantment. If modeled properly, it could be replicated across provinces as a network of revolutionary academies cloaked in Roman decorum. The trio might also initiate legal reform efforts. While they could not challenge the Senate outright, they could support client-patron relationships that protect vulnerable populations. In the Roman world, political change often came not through mass revolution, but through shifts in patronage networks. If Harry, Ron, and Hermione positioned themselves as trustworthy protectors, offering magical remedies, legal advice, and divine guidance, they could attract a powerful circle of indebted allies. These allies could then sponsor laws improving the treatment of slaves, changing inheritance rights, or creating localized autonomy in provinces. Each reform would seem modest, Roman, and logical. But taken together, they would slowly reconstruct the empire from within. However, this model comes with the highest personal cost. To walk among Romans, the trio must accept deep compromises. They cannot openly oppose slavery, patriarchy, or conquest without risking exile or death. They must learn to operate through suggestion, not confrontation. This would be hardest on Hermione, whose sense of justice burns hot. Watching Roman cruelty from within, unable to act directly, could cause emotional strain and ethical fracture. Ron, too, would struggle, not with ideology, but with the performative nature of the strategy. Living a lie, building relationships under false pretenses, would wear at his already thin patience. And Harry, the most public-facing, might find himself adored, mythologized, even worshipped, not for who he is, but for what Rome wants him to represent. That kind of distortion could be fatal to his identity. Moreover, the danger of assimilation is ever present. Rome does not merely tolerate differences, it consumes them. Many Greek philosophers, Eastern cults, and provincial systems were not eradicated, but folded into Roman life, dulled and domesticated. If the trio's ideas become too palatable, too Romanized, they risk being stripped of their revolutionary core. Mercy becomes paternalism. Education becomes elitism. Magic becomes priestcraft. The very tools of liberation may be used to reinforce a subtler, kinder, but still imperial, Rome. There is also the risk of generational betrayal. Even if the trio succeeds in planting schools, building alliances, and shaping laws, there is no guarantee their successors will hold the same values. A magical bureaucracy might emerge, powerful but indifferent. A Roman magical class could form, gatekeeping access to spells and using them for self-enrichment. Without a continued moral compass, the new Rome they helped birth could become worse than the one they tried to reform. And yet, of the three paths, cultural integration offers the greatest long-term transformation. Unlike Overthrow, it does not create power vacuums. Unlike Subversion, it builds structures meant to endure. It is the only model that seeks not to end Rome, but to redeem it, not by preaching from the outside, but by becoming part of the body politic and healing it from the inside. It is slower, murkier, and morally hazardous, but it plants roots that can grow into forests. The trio came from a world shaped by magical secrecy, but they now face a new choice, to become legends of destruction, whispers of dissent, or silent architects of a Rome that never was. And if they succeed, no one will remember how the change happened. Only that one day, Rome seemed less cruel. Let us imagine the improbable, that Harry, Ron, and Hermione did not fail, did not disappear, and did not become corrupted. Instead, they succeeded, not just in halting Rome's expansion, but in shifting its trajectory. Not through conquest alone, but by embedding new institutions, new stories, and new systems into the heart of an empire that once seemed eternal. What would such a world look like? What would survive of Rome, and what would become unrecognizably magical? In this alternate timeline, the trio's influence does not erase Roman identity but fuses with it, producing a cultural hybrid neither purely Roman nor purely magical. Governance changes first, but subtly. The emperorship is weakened, not by civil war, but by ideological drift. As Hermione's schools multiply across the provinces, they produce a new literate class trained not just in rhetoric and philosophy, but in magical ethics, astronomy, and defensive spell work. These students form a proto-bureaucracy, a civil service recruited for intellect and wisdom rather than birthright or brutality. They are not senators, nor are they wizards in the Hogwartsian sense, but something between, scholar magistrates who blend Roman legalism with magical sensitivity. The Senate evolves into a bicameral structure, one house composed of traditional Roman elites, the other composed of magically trained governors, healers, and educators. The new system is not democratic by modern standards, but it is radically more inclusive than its historical counterpart. Women, long denied political voice in Rome, begin to hold local authority in magical provinces. Former slaves, granted magical education and protection, become advisors and reformers. Even some magical creatures, centaurs, who once lived in the shadows, are recognized as semi-citizens in magical zones, protected under Roman mage law. Religion undergoes a metamorphosis. The imperial cult survives, but is slowly eclipsed by a syncretic magical theology that merges Roman deities with symbolic representations of magical archetypes. Jupiter becomes a metaphor for wand power, Minerva fuses with Hermione-like goddesses of wisdom and spellcraft. Over time, magical acts become sacraments, and temples become more like wizarding halls, places not only of worship but of education, experimentation, and public service. Magic is no longer feared. It is ritualized, systematized, and deeply tied to moral philosophy. Hogwarts does not exist, but Ludus Arcanum, the school of the arcane, rises in Alexandria, functioning as a pan-imperial academy of magical thought, drawing students from Germania to Numidia. But perhaps the most public transformation, the one that even the poorest citizens of this alternate empire would feel, is in entertainment. In our real timeline, the Colosseum, Rome's most iconic amphitheater, was a place of blood. Gladiatorial combat, public executions, and wild animal hunts were not just spectacles. They were ideological affirmations of Roman power, over enemies, over nature, over death itself. But in a world reshaped by magical values, the Colosseum would be reclaimed, not demolished, but repurposed. The empire, eager to preserve its ritual spaces, would not destroy the arena. Instead, it would fill it with a new kind of spectacle, one that still evokes awe and national pride, but without the cruelty. It is not hard to imagine Quidditch in the Colosseum. The infrastructure is ideal. The verticality of the arena allows for superb aerial viewing. Roman engineers, ever capable, retrofit the structure with magical enhancements, floating platforms, protective wards to shield spectators from rogue bludgers, and enchanted scoreboards made from glowing runes. Flying becomes both a sport and a public demonstration of magical mastery. The empire sponsors regional teams, Egyptus versus Hispania, Gaul versus Italia, competing in front of roaring crowds. The snitch, made by skilled Roman artificers, is inscribed with Latin mottos invoking honor, swiftness, and civic pride. Quidditch becomes more than sport. It becomes a symbol of the new Roman identity. Where once the Colosseum celebrated violence and control, it now celebrates agility, teamwork, and the magical body in motion. The brutality of the gladiator has been transfigured into the competitive grace of the seeker. Harry himself may have flown the inaugural match, as a demonstration, hovering before tens of thousands in silence before diving into the air, golden snitch flashing in the light, and history changing forever. Not all is utopian. Resistance lingers. Conservative senators complain that the empire has gone soft. religious traditionalists fear the loss of divine hierarchy. Some regions, particularly in Germania and Judea, never fully accept magical authority. But Rome no longer responds with legions. It responds with delegates, teachers, healers, and in some cases, magical emissaries who travel with hippogriffs and parchment. And the trio? They fade. As the institutions take root, as Rome reshapes itself, they quietly disappear. Not because they are hunted, but because they are no longer needed. Harry returns to the hills of Etruria, perhaps, living as a quiet healer. Ron retires to the coast, running a small magical workshop. Hermione writes scrolls under a pseudonym, her ideas spreading long after her name is forgotten. They do not become emperors, or gods, or martyrs. They become myth. Not worshipped, not enshrined, just remembered. And centuries later, in a version of Europe never torn apart by the same collapse, a child in Alexandria picks up a wand. She knows not of Hogwarts, but of Minerva Arcanum, and the day the snitch first flew above the Colosseum. History, in this timeline, did not end with Rome's fall. It changed when 3 strangers arrived, not to destroy an empire, but to give it a second chance. In the history we know, the Colosseum was an architectural testament to control. Stone and blood, empire and spectacle, it encapsulated Rome's obsession with dominion over beasts, slaves, criminals, and the fear of death itself. It was not merely a theater of violence, but a ritual space that reaffirmed Rome's order of the world. The bodies that suffered in its sand did so to remind the citizens that they were part of something vast, powerful, and eternal. And yet, in a Rome reshaped by magic, this monument is not destroyed. It is reprogrammed. The presence of Harry, Ron, and Hermione in this alternate timeline doesn't just erase Roman institutions. It transforms them from within, ethically, aesthetically, and spiritually. Nowhere is that transformation more visible than in the Colosseum, which shifts from an engine of state-sponsored death into the centerpiece of magical cultural synthesis. Its arches remain, its tiers still echo with thousands of spectators, but what they come to see is not death, but elevation, of skill, of magic, of narrative. The introduction of Quidditch into the Colosseum is not a gimmick. It is a turning point in Roman consciousness. The Romans, long enamored with martial displays, gladiators, chariot races, mock naval battles, would not see Quidditch as alien. They would see it as evolution. The sport, already deeply symbolic in the wizarding world, retains its core structure, the bludgers, the quaffle, the seeker's dive for the snitch. But the setting changes the meaning. In Hogwarts, Quidditch is about house pride, teenage courage, and athletic flair. In the Colosseum, it becomes a new kind of ritual, one that fuses physicality with sorcery, strategy with spectacle. Roman engineers and magical artisans collaborate to reconstruct the Colosseum's interior. Platforms are enchanted to levitate, giving referees and announcers mid-air vantage points. Lumos activated glyphs are etched into the stone seating, illuminating the arena at night in vibrant pulses of color corresponding to team sigils. The seating itself becomes interactive. Upper-class patrons can rent enchanted scrying scrolls that allow them to zoom in on players mid-flight, while children trade miniature enchanted Quidditch figurines carved from bronze and bewitched to mimic team members' real-time movements. Where once wild beasts were released from the Hypogeum, now enchanted bludger vaults open with controlled, ceremonial flair, timed to trumpet blasts and rising magical barriers. The sport quickly takes on a quasi-religious dimension. The Seeker, in particular, is mythologized, not simply as the most talented athlete, but as a figure of fate. The Snitch, gleaming and elusive, comes to symbolize divine will, unpredictable, cosmic, yet capturable with skill and vision. It's not hard to imagine an inscription on the inner ring of the arena, Fortuna Vult Volantum, fortune favors the flyer. When Harry Potter himself plays the first match, catching the snitch while performing an impossibly sharp dive in front of 50,000 stunned Romans. It becomes a moment etched in collective memory. His move is named, remembered, replicated. Years later, aspiring seekers still refer to it as the lightning arc, a new standard for heroism, replacing the blood-soaked swords of the past. But Quidditch is only the beginning. As magical understanding deepens, the Colosseum becomes a cultural cathedral of magical expression. Duels replace executions, ritualized spell-casting competitions governed by strict magical law, where wizards test their speed, control, and creativity. These are not brutal brawls, but carefully moderated exhibitions, with enchanted buffers, time-stopping fail-safes, and healers stationed throughout. Magical creature exhibitions become educational, not exploitative, centaurs presenting astronomical models to the public. Trained hippogriffs flown in coordinated formations, nifflers performing in comedic interludes. Once a place of blood, the arena now becomes a place where the boundaries between magic and society are negotiated in public, accessible form. This integration also affects Roman aesthetics and mythology. Where Roman art once glorified military conquest, mosaics now depict magical events, broom riders over the Tiber, wand wielders calming panicked crowds during natural disasters, enchanted plants blooming along aqueducts. Statues of magical figures are placed alongside emperors, not as gods, but as guardians. A new artistic style emerges, blending realistic Roman sculpture with magical movement, portraits that shift subtly when viewed from different angles, marble carvings that hum with stored energy when touched. The presence of magic also changes how Romans conceptualize power and glory. In traditional Roman culture, virtus, manly excellence, was proven through violence and conquest. But magical culture complicates this. Now, excellence includes mental precision, empathy, control, and restraint. A wizard who deflects a curse with elegance becomes a hero. A witch who calms a rampaging magical creature with a whisper earns standing ovations. The public begins to admire those who can act without killing, solve problems without breaking things. In short, the Colosseum begins to shift the public's moral imagination. Even the audience itself changes. Where before only Roman citizens attended, magical spectators from non-Roman cultures, Celtic seers, Berber potion masters, Persian fire scribes, begin appearing in the stands, creating a cosmopolitan atmosphere. The arena becomes a neutral zone, a place where magical diplomacy is conducted as often in applause as in words. Quidditch teams from beyond the Empire are invited. Magical courts begin using the Colosseum to hold public debates between magical jurists on ethical dilemmas. The arena, once a site of domination, becomes a space of pluralism. Yet this transformation is not without its tensions. Conservative Roman senators lament the softening of imperial virtue. Some demand the return of authentic games. Rogue elements stage magical disruptions, seeking to reclaim the arena for its original violent use. There are even rumors of underground blood sports conducted with cursed magical artifacts, led by those who reject the trio's influence. The struggle for the Colosseum is not just architectural, it is ideological. The trio's vision remains fragile, constantly tested by cultural inertia and power-hungry reactionaries. Still, the Colosseum endures. Its new traditions take root. Children grow up dreaming not of gladiatorial glory, but of performing the skyward spiral on a firebolt-class broom in front of cheering crowds. The word arena itself, in magical Latin, comes to mean something new, not a place of slaughter, but a stage for transformation. And in the high archways of the Colosseum, where once emperors sat judging the lives of captives, now stand 3 empty thrones, symbolic seats honoring those who brought the empire through fire, not by blood, but by brilliance. In the quiet after victory, when crowds have cheered and systems have shifted, comes the reckoning. No revolution, however noble, is bloodless in consequence. And even in a timeline where Harry, Ron, and Hermione succeed in altering the Roman Empire, perhaps even redeeming it, their story is not purely one of triumph. It is one of burden. The moral weight of intervention hangs over their legacy like an unfinished spell, humming with tension, refusal, and regret. The trio did not arrive in 130 AD to conquer. They arrived because they believed they must. Driven by the same sense of duty that once led them to resist Voldemort, to risk their lives at Hogwarts, to walk into death itself for the sake of others, they now find themselves, centuries back, bearing that same responsibility at an imperial scale. But fighting tyranny in a school is not the same as confronting it across continents. The personal becomes geopolitical. The magical becomes messianic. They are no longer rebels, they are creators of a new reality. And with creation comes complicity. Even the least violent of their strategies, cultural integration, relies on a framework of control. They reshape Rome not by asking permission, but by deciding that its current path is unworthy. That is the first moral fracture, what gives them the right. Hermione, the most reflective of the three, would likely be the first to question their role. A scholar of magical ethics, she would be intimately aware of the parallels between their intervention and the imperialism they opposed. Teaching children, reforming laws, building institutions, these all sound benevolent. But they are also acts of cultural replacement. However due. On a civilization that never asked for it. And in doing so, they become a kind of empire themselves. Not one of swords, but of ideas. Not one of taxes, but of truths. There is also the problem of consent. Roman citizens do not vote for magical reform. Slaves may be freed, but not by their own agency. Gladiators may be spared, but not because they chose revolution. Even education, the most utopian of their tools, becomes a vector of power. Who decides what is taught? Who decides which magical techniques are shared, and which are kept secret? Hermione might struggle with this daily, the risk that she is not liberating minds, but replacing one orthodoxy with another. Ron's moral crisis would be quieter, but no less profound. He is a man of action, not theory, and in moments of chaos, sabotaging a shipment to starve a corrupt prefect, breaking into a provincial jail to free magical prisoners, he acts swiftly, instinctively, and sometimes destructively. He tells himself it's justified. But at night, the images linger. What of the guards who died? The innocent townspeople affected by failed spells? The child whose father never returned after a magical explosion at the aqueduct? Ron, more than the others, would carry these ghosts unspoken. Not because he believes he was wrong, but because he knows that even doing the right thing leaves blood on your hands. And Harry, forever the reluctant leader, would feel the heaviest weight of all. The symbol. The face. The myth. Just as he had once been the boy who lived, now he becomes the seeker of empire, not in sport, but in fate. Every act of courage attributed to him. Every reform twisted into legend. Every betrayal quietly ignored. He would begin to sense the erosion of his selfhood. People no longer see Harry. They see a symbol of change, a touchstone for belief, a weapon against fear. In becoming hope, he loses privacy, agency, and perhaps even identity. But beyond their personal struggles, there is a deeper, structural question. Did their intervention work? Even in a successful timeline, the empire they altered is not necessarily the utopia they imagined. Yes, the Colosseum becomes a temple of magical arts. Yes, magical education spreads. But corruption survives. Elitism adapts. Rome bends, but it does not break. It absorbs magic into its logic of hierarchy. A new elite forms, wizards whose bloodlines trace back to early magical patrons. Provinces still compete for imperial favor, only now using broom racing academies and magical rituals. The names change. The stories shift. But power remains power. And then, the cost to their own world. Their absence from the timeline they left behind, what damage did it cause? What dark forces rose while they were centuries removed from the world they once saved? Did Britain in their own time collapse without their guidance? Did the wizarding world splinter in their absence? They cannot know. And if they used a time-turner, they may never be allowed to return. Their choice to intervene is also a choice to disappear from their own future, a kind of self-exile. History may honor them, but they will not live to see it. Perhaps the cruelest cost of all is this: they will never know whether what they built will endure. The reforms they made, the lives they saved, the ideas they seeded, will they blossom or rot? Will future generations preserve the ethics of magical integration, or descend into new forms of magical tyranny? Did they end the empire, or simply enchant it into a more beautiful prison? There is a reason why wizards in the canonical magical world fear time-turners. Not because they fail, but because they work. To move through time is to pick up the entire moral weight of history and place it on your own shoulders. It is to assume that you know better than the millions who came before you. To change time is not heroic, it is theological. And yet, the trio does it. Or perhaps they don't. Perhaps they vanish in the chaos. Perhaps they live quietly, never revealing who they are. But in this version, they choose to act. And in doing so, they remind us of the oldest truth in all revolutions. You can destroy an empire. You can reform it. You can even enchant it. But you cannot touch power without it touching you back. Rome did not fall quietly. However successful the trio's subversive strategies, and however deep their integration into Roman society, there were moments when words collapsed into violence, moments when the empire, sensing existential threat, responded in the only language it had ever truly mastered: war. Roman legions were not merely armies. They were ideological instruments, symbols of divine order, discipline, and continuity. Each cohort operated as a self-contained, highly trained force, capable of coordinated action even under extreme pressure. Their commanders studied tactics obsessively. Their centurions enforced loyalty with lethal efficiency. To challenge a legion was to challenge the full weight of Roman civilization. Yet none of them had fought wizards. The first clash came not by design, but by exposure. A magical disruption of a supply line in Dacia, one of Ron's riskier missions, accidentally revealed their presence to a scouting patrol. The soldiers expected brigands. What they encountered instead was a red-haired figure vanishing into thin air, leaving behind a pile of weapons turned to ash. Word spread. Rome had encountered something else. The Senate's response was immediate. Under pressure from the religious and military elite, they dispatched an investigative force, not just soldiers, but augurs, priests, and trusted veterans. Their goal was containment, not yet extermination. But the moment one of those augurs was found with his mind erased and half his retinue turned into stone statues, the result of a rogue Petrificus Totalis spell followed by an uncontrolled transfiguration malfunction, escalation was inevitable. The battles that followed were few but devastating. In Britannia, on the banks of the Tyne, came the Battle of the Frozen Line. Hermione, attempting to disable a forward base, cast a massive Glacius Maxima, a modified environmental charm meant to freeze the ground and halt the legion's advance. The spell overperformed. The river flash froze midstream. Siege equipment cracked open. Horses fell. Dozens died in minutes. Not from violence, but from nature suddenly obeying different laws. Hermione was sick for weeks after. She never used that charm again. In Gaul, a more direct engagement unfolded. Ron, tasked with freeing a captured magical family, faced a phalanx of 120 trained soldiers. Armed with spears, shields, and perfect formation, they advanced without hesitation. Ron used a combination of Expulso, Confringo, and Stupefy, non-lethal when aimed carefully, but devastating in mass. The front rank disintegrated in fire. Shields melted. But one soldier, just one, managed to hurl a pylon through the air before collapsing. It struck Ron's shoulder. No spell deflected it. He apparated out, barely conscious, and recovered only after weeks of magical healing. The memory haunted him, not of the spear, but of the soldier's face. Fearless. Determined. Human. Harry's most morally shattering confrontation came during the Siege of Alexandria, when a newly formed magical insurgent cell, young, idealistic, and impatient, provoked Roman reprisals by publicly levitating a senator's transport over the city. In retaliation, a legionnaire cohort was sent to cleanse the district. Harry arrived too late to prevent the order. But not too late to fight. What followed was chaos. Harry, flying above the city on his broom, used Protego Diabolica, a defensive fire barrier spell that had only been devised in obscure magical texts. It worked. Too well. A ring of blue fire encircled the entire square, blocking the Legion's advance. But it also caught buildings. Civilians panicked. Several soldiers were caught mid-stride and burned, screaming, not knowing what they were facing. Harry landed. He fought hand to hand. He used Stupefy, Expelliarmus, Impedimenta, but the soldiers kept coming. No fear. No hesitation. When it was over, Alexandria was scarred. The local magical community praised Harry as a savior. But he refused their hospitality. He sat alone by the harbor for hours, his wand on the ground, watching the water and saying nothing. Not a single killing curse had been cast. But dozens had died. Some by accident. Some by fire. All, he believed, unnecessarily. He had won. But it didn't feel like victory. These battles left marks. Not just on history, but on the trio's souls. Each confrontation forced them to re-evaluate their tactics. Their power was too great to be used recklessly, and too personal to be wielded without consequence. The Romans, for all their flaws, were not monsters. Many believed in their duty in Rome's civilizing mission. They were sons, fathers, citizens. And when they died under magical fire, they did not die understanding why. The trio adjusted. They began to rely more on confundus charms than on direct spells. They honed their use of apparition to avoid line-of-sight attacks. They used muggle-repelling charms to protect villages rather than confront armies. They built mirror networks between key allies for real-time coordination, reducing the need for violent disruption. But the memories of those early battles remained. Hermione, writing later under an anonymous identity in a magical treatise that would circulate centuries after, described it best. Victory is not the absence of resistance, but the presence of restraint. If you can destroy your enemy completely, and choose not to, you have created something Rome never understood, mercy as strategy. Yet restraint is not peace. Even in this alternate timeline, the trio's magic, at times, directly contradicted Roman sovereignty. Battles were not frequent, but they were defining. They reminded the trio that revolution is not only an idea. It is a wound that cuts both ways. Every spell cast in defense risks becoming a weapon. Every tactic, however justified, exacts a price. And though they survived these battles, they did not escape unchanged. There are spells that leave no mark on the body, only on the mind. Spells whose effects outlast their incantations, even when the wand is lowered, even when the enemy is gone. This is the kind of magic that Harry, Ron, and Hermione now live with. Not the glamour of transfiguration, nor the thrill of a Patronus illuminating the dark, but the slow, invisible enchantments of consequence. In the quiet between missions, when the scrolls are rolled and the broomsticks tucked away, the trio no longer speaks of spells as power. They speak of them as questions. They sit one evening on a hillside just outside the city of Ephesus. It is summer. The marble glows faintly in the distance, and the sky is the bruised purple of a Roman twilight. Below them, the city breathes, laughter, hammers, the calls of fruit sellers. Children run between columns, unaware that the empire they inherit is no longer quite the one their fathers built. Ron chews on a sprig of something. He doesn't know what. It tastes bitter. He keeps chewing. "I dreamed of Fred again last night," he says without looking at the others. He asked if I was the good twin now. I didn't know what to tell him. Hermione, holding a scroll she hasn't unrolled in an hour, finally speaks. "I tried to write a new syllabus for the Alexandria school today. Spells that heal, that feed people, protect them. Nothing destructive. Nothing even remotely aggressive. And then I realized, those are the first spells we stopped teaching in Hogwarts. The ones that felt boring. Practical. But they're the only ones I can live with now." Harry doesn't speak for a while. He watches a flock of birds cross the sunset. When he finally does, it's with the voice of someone unsure whether he's speaking aloud or thinking to himself. "Remember the first time we saw the Thestrals? After Cedric. We only saw them because we'd seen death. They were always there. We just didn't know how to look. I keep wondering, what else are we seeing now that we can't unsee? There's no answer. But silence isn't emptiness. Not anymore." Later that night, long after Ron has fallen asleep and Hermione is still rewriting spells in her mind, Harry steps away from the camp and lifts his wand. He casts no light, no shield, no hex. Only a single, silent spell. A memory charm, not to erase, but to preserve. He whispers a name. One of the Legionnaires. The one who didn't run. The one who looked afraid, but didn't stop. Harry remembers his face, the color of his cloak, the way his hand shook as he held his weapon. He stores the memory. Keeps it intact. Not to relive it, but so it won't be forgotten. The spell is simple. It has no name. It requires no incantation. But it binds memory to purpose. Pain to responsibility. Power to conscience. It is the only spell they all still cast, whether they admit it or not. And in the long timeline of empires, revolutions, and rewritten maps, it may be the only spell that truly lasts. The trio's encounter with Rome, grounded in resistance, subversion, and cultural transformation, depended heavily on Roman assumptions about power, that it must be centralized, material, and visible. But what if the target were not Rome? What if they found themselves instead in the court of the Yongle Emperor, or in the sacred precincts of Tenochtitlan, where the divine and political were not separate, but indistinguishable? The Ming dynasty in the early 15th century, particularly under Emperor Yongle, presents an altogether different challenge. Unlike the Roman Empire, which demanded visible control over its territories and people, Ming China rested on a blend of Confucian bureaucracy, Daoist cosmology, and legalist discipline. Order was sacred, hierarchy was cosmic, and the emperor was not merely ruler but the son of heaven, responsible for maintaining the mandate of heaven, the divine principle that granted, and could revoke, imperial legitimacy. The moment the trio stepped into this world, they would be entering a society with a highly formalized relationship to the supernatural. Magic would not be feared, it would be expected. The imperial court already employed astrologers, diviners, alchemists, and geomancers. Deist priests summoned spirits, Buddhist monks performed rituals of transcendence. Any magic the trio demonstrated would not be dismissed, it would be tested, catalogued, and, most dangerously, absorbed. Hermione, with her love of knowledge and structure, would likely find Ming China's intellectual rigor exhilarating. She would recognize in the vast archives of Confucian classics and the ritual texts of Taoism a depth of philosophy the West often lacked. But she would also realize that change must be ritualized, not imposed. To affect the empire's trajectory, the trio would need to operate not as rebels or even educators, but as celestial envoys. If they could convince the emperor that their magic signaled a shift in the cosmic order, they might be granted status as sages or immortals, recognized not as threats, but as agents of the mandate. But this elevation would come with expectations that they uphold celestial hierarchy, affirm existing rituals, and work through the imperial system, not around it. Subversion would be impossible. Overthrow, unthinkable. Integration would require surrender. The cost would be enormous. Magic in Ming China would become a tool of the state, bound by filial piety, court etiquette, and metaphysical doctrine. Even subtle acts of rebellion, teaching commoners, aiding women, challenging bureaucratic orthodoxy, could be read as sacrilege. The trio would face a fundamental dilemma: either become part of a harmonious but rigid system, or risk being cast as demons, disturbing the balance of heaven and earth. The Aztec Triple Alliance, meanwhile, presents an entirely different spectrum of difficulty. Founded not on bureaucratic stability but on religious absolutism and ritual blood economy, the Aztec Empire thrived in the early 16th century as a warrior theocracy centered around Tenochtitlan, a city that fused divine architecture, political administration, and cosmic sacrifice. Unlike the Romans or the Ming, the Aztecs did not merely tolerate supernaturalism, they structured their society around it. The gods were not metaphorical. They were hungry, cyclical, ever-demanding forces that required living blood to maintain cosmic order. Every war, every tribute, every ceremony was a transaction in a sacred economy. Death was not the end, but a necessity. The wizarding trio, arriving here, would face a paradox. Their power would not be questioned. They could fly. They could heal. They could vanish. But their refusal to kill, especially to kill ritually, would be interpreted not as mercy, but as sacrilege. A wizard who refuses to feed the sun might be viewed not as a savior, but as a cosmic criminal. Harry, who had long struggled with his role as a chosen figure, would find disturbing echoes in Aztec theology. The Tlatoani, the Speaker King, was not merely a ruler but a vessel of divine will, chosen by the gods to uphold cosmic balance through blood. Harry might even be mistaken as such a vessel, until his rejection of sacrifice revealed him as false. Ron, likely horrified by the violence, would be repulsed. Hermione, ever the diplomat, would struggle to find common ground in a society where education and astronomy thrived, but where ethical lines were drawn differently. Still, the Aztecs were not barbarians. Their civilization was deeply intelligent, astronomically precise, and politically complex. But the trio's values, individual dignity, non-violence, education without domination, would clash fundamentally with a worldview that interpreted human suffering as necessity, not tragedy. Unlike Rome or Ming China, there would be no path to integration here. No slow reform. No ideological grafting. Only two options: upend the cosmology entirely, or leave. Upending the cosmology would require magic on a scale even the trio had never attempted. Not just combat, but cosmic reinterpretation. Replacing sacrifice with magic that offered equivalent cosmic energy, perhaps through spells that channel emotion, memory, or intent, would require creating a new theology, a new metaphysical order. The trio would become gods, or be burned as heretics. In all three cases, Rome, Ming China, and the Aztec Empire, the lesson is clear: magic does not exist in a vacuum. It cannot enter a civilization without confronting its cosmology. The success in Rome is not evidence that such transformation is easy, only that Roman structures were uniquely vulnerable to ideological infection. Other civilizations, far more spiritually integrated and less impressed by spectacle, would resist. Not out of ignorance, but from strength. The trio might survive such encounters. They might even change history again. But they would not do so as easily. They would find that every empire has its own immune system. And in some places, the spell that changes everything might never be cast at all. Rome does not fall easily. Empires rarely do. And while the trio may gain early advantages through surprise, ideology, and superior magical skill, the Roman response to magical disruption would be far from passive. If anything, history shows that Rome excels not in avoiding threats, but in systematizing resistance to them. In the face of magical insurgency, Rome would not merely react. It would learn. It would restructure. It would strike back. The earliest Roman responses would begin at the level of pattern recognition. Even before understanding what magic is, Roman military officials and provincial govern. Meteorological anomalies, fires that do not burn the earth. These events, initially dismissed as superstition, would over time be compiled, categorized, and archived, forming the first outlines of a magical threat profile. Rome had done this before, mapping the behaviors of Gauls, Numidians, Parthians. Now it would do so for sorcery. The creation of a dedicated magici custodes, magical guardians or enforcers, would soon follow. Likely born from existing religious orders such as the Augurs and Haruspices, this new elite force would fuse traditional Roman religious authority with newly adapted counter-magical doctrine. These were not wizards themselves, but trained nullifiers, soldiers equipped with enchanted iron, obsidian tools, borrowed from Eastern and African traditions, and proto-rituals designed to detect magical anomalies. Certain magical spells might begin to leave subtle residue, temperature shifts, disruptions in ambient sound, the smell of burned ozone, which the custodes would be taught to sense like hunters tracking prey. Rome, ever obsessed with codification, would develop a lexicon of magical lore. The Lex Arcanum, drafted secretly by imperial scholars and philosophers under senatorial and praetorian oversight, would attempt to draw firm lines between acceptable divination and disruptive sorcery. In this way, Rome would do what it always had done to foreign practices: normalize some, criminalize the rest. Minor magical acts, if performed under imperial license, might be permitted, especially if used for healing, agriculture, or battlefield advantage. But unsanctioned wand work, memory charms, or acts of magical concealment would be declared high treason. Efforts at reverse engineering would follow. Roman artificers, working with confiscated wands, potions, and magical artifacts left behind in skirmishes, would attempt to replicate, or at least neutralize, the trio's methods. Roman metallurgists had already mastered advanced alloys. With the help of captured magical materials, e.g., phoenix feather cores, dragon hide, basilisk venom, they would likely begin forging anti-magical weaponry. Spear points tipped with enchanted obsidian. Shields that resist minor hexes. Catapults designed to disperse anti-apparition dust. The same ingenuity that built aqueducts and siege towers would now be turned toward defensive enchantment technology. A more insidious development would be Rome's psychological and ideological counter-offensive. Rome had always known the power of myth. If it could not discredit magic through science or theology, it would do so through narrative. The trio would be demonized. Recast not as heroes, but as foreign sorcerers poisoning Roman virtue. Political speeches, coinage, and temple rituals would begin referring to ars tenebrarum, the art of shadows. Children in Latin-speaking provinces might grow up hearing warnings, "Obey your father, or the red mage will come for you." mistrust of invisible forces would spread, reinforced by propaganda and fear. Even if magic helps farmers, heals the sick, or shields the vulnerable, Rome would ensure the credit goes to the empire, and the blame to the outsiders. Internally, Rome would also begin magical containment protocols. In key cities like Carthage, Ansh, and Alexandria, underground vaults would be constructed using materials that suppress magical fields, lead-lined walls, salt circles, silver inlays. Captured magical texts would be locked in the Tabularium Arcanum, guarded by both Roman sentries and specialized anti-sorcerer priesthoods trained to resist magical manipulation. Trials of suspected magical collaborators would be public, brutal, and filled with religious performance, combining law with spectacle to remind the masses of the empire's dominion, not just over land, but over reality itself. At the military level, tactical adaptation would evolve quickly. After several losses to apparition-based ambushes, legion formations would begin employing displacement circles, circular shield formations with magically grounded spikes that disrupt spatial shifts. Pyromancers would be countered with obsidian-infused water bombardments. Even the use of mirrors and polished bronze shields might become standard, to reflect certain optical-based enchantments or expose disillusioned figures. Rome's legions would not become magical, but they would become magically literate, much like how 21st century forces study cyber warfare without becoming hackers. Finally, the most dangerous possibility of all, assimilation. Rome had a history of integrating the very threats it sought to destroy. Carthaginian gods became part of Roman pantheons. Egyptian rituals were rebranded as imperial cult ceremonies. If the trio ever left behind magical students, allies, or defectors, Rome would exploit them. A Roman-born magical elite might rise. Trained not at Hogwarts, but in a new Collegium Arcanum, teaching imperial versions of magical philosophy. These state-trained wizards, loyal to Rome but fluent in spellcraft, would be the empire's answer to the trio, a mirrors of their power, but twisted in service of order, not liberation. This counterinsurgency would not eliminate the trio's influence, but it would ensure that every gain they made came at a cost. Each act of sabotage would birth new doctrine. Each magical victory would be folded into Roman reform. This is the empire's genius, not its inability to change, but its ruthless capacity for adaptation. And if, in the end, the trio succeeded, it would not be because Rome failed to resist them, but because they managed to stay one step ahead of an empire that never stopped learning how to fight back. Empires do not last forever, not even those enchanted. Even if the trio transforms Rome, what follows is not a straight line toward utopia. It is, like all history, a sequence of interpretations, distortions, and reclamations. The magical Rome they left behind does not survive in one piece, but pieces of it do. And from those fragments, the medieval magical world is born, not as a carbon copy of Hogwarts, but as a sediment mix of Latin bureaucracy, magical ritual, and political theology. The fall of Rome, in this timeline, happens not through fire and sack, but through mutation. The magical reforms seeded by the trio, education, ethics, institutional restraints, survive long enough to reshape how provinces govern themselves. The Western provinces, unable to maintain imperial unity, fragment as in real history, but their leaders carry with them magical knowledge. Not full libraries. Not elite wizarding schools. But tools, charms etched into silver crucifixes, healing runes carved into church walls, ancient spells hidden in the margins of Latin Gospels. The church becomes the great inheritor of magic. Early bishops, especially in Gaul and Iberia, begin treating magical literacy as both sacred and dangerous. Not all clergy are magical, but those who are, dubbed clerici arcani, or clerics of the hidden, form a dual role within the church hierarchy. On the surface, they are monks, theologians, scribes. Beneath, they are magical interpreters of divine will. Some believe magic is a gift from God. Others see it as a relic of paganism that must be purified. This tension defines early medieval magical history. Magic is kept, but controlled. Sanctified. Buried in cathedrals, not practiced in fields. Hermione's educational legacy, too, survives, but in altered form. Her schools become monastic academies, absorbed into early Christian intellectual centers. Students learn Latin, scripture, basic spell theory, especially protective magic, healing arts, and anti-demonic wards. But offensive magic, transformative spells, and free magical experimentation are quietly erased. The magical curriculum contracts. A medieval wizard in this world might learn how to transmute ink, calm beasts, or enhance crops, but not how to apparate or duel. Wand lore becomes secretive. Spellbooks become sacred relics, not shared tools. Meanwhile, in the Eastern Roman Empire, the Byzantine world, magic takes a different route. With stronger imperial continuity and deeper connections to Alexandria, Constantinople becomes a hub for arcane preservation. Byzantine mags, working under imperial patronage, begin formalizing spell theory into natural philosophy. Magic is studied like astronomy or medicine, often under the guise of celestial influence. It becomes more technical, less emotional. Byzantine grimoires survive longer, more intact, but access is limited to the elite, often hereditary. This division between East and West is profound. In the East, magic is treated as a science of light, a domain of order and calculation. In the West, it becomes a theology of suspicion, a thing to be veiled, purified, or feared. But even these tensions produce continuity. Quidditch, absurdly, survives, though it evolves. In Gaul, noble houses begin training young squires not just in swordplay, but in mounted broom drills, which slowly replace jousting in tournaments. By the 11th century, aerial tilting has become a sport among magical aristocrats, complete with heraldry, flying lances, and enchanted armor. Though frowned upon by the church, it is tolerated in times of festivity. The Colosseum model, too, inspires the design of magical amphitheaters in Francia and northern Italy, spaces where magical duels are staged as morality plays, with scripted outcomes and religious overtones. Yet something darker brews beneath the surface. As memory fades, magic loses its ethical clarity. Without the trio, without their living influence, interpretation fractures. Some see magic as holy, others as heresy. By the 13th century, the Inquisition begins to hunt and sanction magical practice, not because magic is unknown, but because it is too well known, too close, too tempting. A divide emerges between cloistered magic and wild magic, between sanctioned clerics and rural witches. The word witch itself begins to appear in church texts around 1200, not as a woman with a wand, but as a corrupted mage outside the church's control. These witches are often herbalists, midwives, or scholars, some with genuine magical ancestry tracing back to the Roman schools. The Inquisition burns their scrolls, hunts their families, destroys what remains of the trio's egalitarian vision. And yet, remnants survive. In the forests of Germania, spells are whispered in corrupted Latin. In the mountains of Italy, underground libraries keep the Lex Arcanum, now a forbidden text. In isolated monasteries, students still learn to levitate candles, to mend bones with whispered charms. The magical world does not vanish. It goes quiet. It burrows. It waits. Until, centuries later, in a remote Scottish castle, a new kind of school is founded. Its founders, drawing from forgotten Roman blueprints, half-translated Byzantine grimoires, and the surviving ethics of a lost generation, name it Hogwarts. They no longer remember the trio. Their names are gone. But the shape of what they did remains: education, restraint, magical order. Even the four houses reflect the ancient structure of Rome: bravery, wisdom, ambition, loyalty, mirroring the four cardinal virtues of a Roman state reborn under spell and stone. The post-Roman world is not magical in the way the trio hoped. But it is haunted by magic. In symbols. In spells. In shadows. The empire fell. But the enchantment never ended. Even in timelines where their mission succeeds, Harry, Ron, and Hermione do not remain historical figures for long. Their footprints span empires, institutions, and languages, but their names do not. This, perhaps more than any battle or reform, is the true measure of their cost. They were never meant to become emperors, saints, or authors. And so, slowly, history forgets who they were, even as it retains what they left behind. It begins innocently enough. Roman scholars record strange visitors, describing 3 foreign mags who advised or challenged provincial authorities. But without clear lineage or official sanction, they are listed as curiosities, appendices to greater histories. Their names, when written, are often misspelled. Harry becomes Arius, then Herius, then simply the Seeker. Ron is the Red Magus. Hermione, the most intellectually impactful, is recorded as a shadowy figure called Minerva Filia Scriptorum, or Minerva, daughter of the scribes. Their contributions, though vast, are absorbed into other traditions. Magical education is rebranded as monastic charity. Spell ethics become theological doctrines. Infrastructure enchanted by their allies. Broom transport hubs, potion gardens, protective wards over cities, is retroactively attributed to imperial benefactors, saints, or even gods. Their influence endures, but not as theirs. In oral traditions, however, they are not forgotten. Among magical communities in the provinces, especially those trained in secret, the trio are remembered not as political agents, but as parables. The Seeker who rode the wind and vanished before the arrow struck. The Red One who shattered a prison gate with a single roar. The Lady of the Library who knew the language of stars. These stories, passed between generations in whispers, slowly detach from fact. Harry is no longer a boy with a lightning scar, he is a winged man who could control storms. Ron becomes a giant who laughs in battle, a red-bearded god who eats fire. Hermione is described as a weaver of laws, a sorceress who speaks to books and makes them answer. They become archetypes, not people. More than real, and less than true. Some stories say the trio were Roman citizens who found magic through divine dreams. Others claim they were children of Greek gods, sent to cleanse the empire of arrogance. In Judea, fragments of Gnostic texts describe 3 travelers with fire in their hands, who walked the deserts before the fall of the Second Temple. In Coptic Egyptian magical papyri, a trinity of spirits, called the Liberator, the Builder, and the Judge, appear briefly, then vanish. In the north, tales of 3 sky-born figures become part of Druidic revival myths. The trio is everywhere. And nowhere. Eventually, even their magic becomes distorted. The spells they taught are renamed. Stupefy becomes the freeze of judgment. Alahomra is folded into miracle stories of saints opening locked doors. Protego becomes a theological metaphor for divine protection. Brooms are no longer tools, they become symbols, carved into church pews and battle standards. The snitch appears on stained glass in a minor cathedral in Aquitaine, mistaken for an angelic eye that sees all sin. Even Hogwarts, when it is founded centuries later, will contain echoes of them, but no memory. The founders may discover ancient texts, may inherit magical ethics, may even replicate parts of Hermione's curriculum, but they will not know their source. They will believe they are creating something new. And in a sense, they are. This is the price of time travel, to change history, but not be remembered by it. Yet that too is a kind of legacy. For perhaps the trio did not wish to be remembered. Perhaps their success lies not in monuments or holidays, but in the fact that their values endured. The belief that magic must serve good, that knowledge must be shared, that power must be earned and restrained. These principles outlived them, not because they were worshipped, but because they were woven into the world. And somewhere, in a hidden magical archive beneath a ruined temple or forested vault, there may remain one parchment. Faded, nearly illegible. A list of spells in 3 different handwritings. Next to each, a note. Don't use near fire. Too risky, try something simpler. Can cause ethical complications, teach only to those who understand the responsibility. No names. Just a signature in a forgotten cipher. And in that silence, more powerful than all the histories, they are remembered, not as conquerors, or founders, or gods, but as wizards who chose not to be kings. Beneath every spell they cast, every law they reformed, every battle they fought or avoided, lies one haunting, inescapable question: should they have come at all? For all their brilliance, bravery, and conviction, Harry, Ron, and Hermione were not historians, philosophers, or time lords. They were survivors. Veterans of one war, dropped into the middle of a civilization not their own. And while their arrival may have saved lives and sparked change, it also created a moral rupture, a fracture in the natural timeline that cannot be unmade. Time travel in the wizarding world has always been tightly controlled, not because of the technical risks, but because of its moral hazard. The Ministry of Magic's Department of Mysteries long held the position that time is not a road to be walked, but a river that punishes those who try to swim upstream. Even the time-turners at Hogwarts had strict limits, hours, not years. And when that limit was exceeded, when Hermione turned back days to save a single life, it was understood as an extraordinary act, justified only by the absolute clarity of the wrong she sought to right. But here, the trio intervenes on the scale of centuries. Not to fix a mistake, but to rewrite an empire. That act, no matter how careful, borders on omnipotence. And omnipotence, however benevolent, is fundamentally undemocratic. Was Rome a cruel empire? Yes. Did it perpetuate slavery, war, cultural erasure, and authoritarianism? Absolutely. But it was also a system of its time, a system that grew, decayed, and evolved according to forces internal to its world. By stepping into that world, the trio disrupted not just the balance of power, but the moral agency of its people. They chose who would live and who would not. They decided which values should survive. Even when their actions were gentle, education, healthcare, cultural reform, they were not requested. They were imposed. Hermione, with her deep reverence for ethical reasoning, would likely struggle with this first. Not because she doubts their goals, but because she understands the implications. To enter history and change it, even for good, is to assume that one's perspective is superior to that of everyone who came before. And though she might try to mitigate this by building consensus, by listening, by empowering locals, it does not change the fact that she began with the presumption of authority. Ron would feel this differently. Less as guilt, more as a slow wear on his confidence. He knows what it means to fight for right. But over time, even he must ask, how many people must I hurt to do good? He is not naive. He understands war. But time travel is not a battlefield. It's a series of moral choices, chained together in permanent consequence. And Harry, he carries the weight of legacy. He has spent his entire life trying to escape being a symbol. But in Rome, he becomes one again. Not by choice, but by inevitability. People need him to be something. A prophet, a rebel, a savior. And that pressure pushes him toward actions he might not otherwise take, because symbols must act, even when people hesitate. The greatest danger of their intervention is not that they failed, but that they succeeded, that they built a better world, but did so at the cost of another world's agency. It is the paradox of time travel ethics. A perfect intervention is still a theft. Because even the kindest theft, one that gives books, cures, freedom, still removes the chance for people to earn those things themselves. It denies them the dignity of evolution, of failure, of transformation. And what if that denial creates new kinds of inequality? What if the magical elite they helped build becomes the new oligarchy? What if the very system they escaped in their time now re-emerges in older Rob? T asked to be changed. Nor did the people of 140, 200, or 500 AD. The trio's actions set in motion changes that ripple across generations, affecting billions of people who never had the chance to choose that timeline. Even if the result is better, is it fair? And finally, there is the question of silence. They did not write memoirs. They did not claim power. They vanished into the margins. That humility is admirable, but it also means they never answered for what they did. They never returned to explain, to justify, to bear witness. Their ethics, brilliant though they were, never had to face public scrutiny. They were judge, jury, and architect, but never defendant. So, should they have intervened? There is no clean answer. Yes, they saved lives. Yes, they slowed imperial violence. Yes, they seeded a magical tradition that, however fragmented, still values restraint and learning. But no, they did not ask permission. No, they could not predict the full cost. And no, they will never fully know whether they built a better world, or just one that looks better from the outside. Ethical time travel, then, is not about rules. It is about restraint. It is about knowing when to act, and when not to. When to teach, and when to leave history to itself. And perhaps the only moral intervention is one that leaves no trace at all. But the trio did leave traces. Beautiful ones. Painful ones. Necessary ones. And in the end, they must live, not with victory or regret, but with the one thing no time travel can ever erase. Responsibility. There is a room that exists outside history. It is not bound to any empire, any spell, any scroll. No fire warms it, no wind stirs its air. There are no windows. Only walls, smooth, unblemished stone. And in this room, 3 chairs. They sit in them from time to time. Not always together. Not always awake. But sometimes, when the world is quiet and memory grows heavy, each of them finds their way back. Hermione arrives first, always. She sits with her hands folded, not anxious, not at peace. In front of her, parchment, quill, no ink. She does not write. Not here. She only remembers what she never recorded. Ron enters next. Not out of duty, but exhaustion. He slumps into his chair, feet wide, arms limp. There are no wounds on him in this room, but the ache is in his posture. The kind of ache that comes not from battle, but from long silence after the fighting is done. And Harry arrives last. Always last. He doesn't sit immediately. He paces once. Touches the wall. Not looking for a door, not anymore. Just reminding himself there isn't one. They do not speak in this room. There is nothing left to explain. No victory to celebrate. No mistake to confess. All that remains is the weight of what was changed. Some nights, Hermione looks up and mouths the name of a senator she argued with in Rome, a man who opposed slavery reform and died in a riot she indirectly incited. She remembers his face. Not because he was right, but because he was real. He had a name. A family. He mattered. Even if he was wrong. Ron stares straight ahead. He counts people. Prisoners freed. Soldiers disarmed. Children rescued. Also, men he stunned who never got back up. A fisherman who died when a spell froze the river too fast. A librarian who followed them once and was crushed by falling stone in a collapsing tunnel. Ron counts them all. There is no scoreboard. Only memory. Harry does not count or name. He listens. Not to voices, but to the absence of them. The things he might have heard if he'd stayed in his own time. If he'd had children. If he'd taught at Hogwarts. If he'd grown old with Ginny. He does not regret what he did. But he carries what he gave up. And some nights, that feels heavier than the lives he saved. This is not a punishment. The room with no windows is not hell. It is not limbo. It is simply truth. The truth that power changes the world, but it also changes the wielder. That doing the right thing does not always feel right. That you can be brave, brilliant, and kind, and still leave scars. None of them try to leave the room. They know it comes with them. Even when they're laughing. Even when the work is going well. Even when the world looks better. The room with no windows follows. Not to imprison, but to remind them that they were never gods. Only 3 people. Who did something no one else dared. And will spend the rest of time trying to make peace with that. Not all timelines end in transformation. Some shatter. Some dissolve before they can take shape. In a world where Harry, Ron, and Hermione failed to alter the course of Rome, we do not get the slow redemption of empire, nor the quiet legacy of magical ethics preserved in monasteries. Instead, we get fragmentation, betrayal, and ultimately, erasure. The paths to failure are many. Perhaps they misjudged the politics. Rome was not a single mind to be reasoned with, but a system with layers of loyalty, pride, and fear. Even if they swayed a senator or governor, they may have underestimated how tightly the imperial court clung to its own self-image. Reform was not welcomed, it was feared. A Rome confronted with invisible power may have responded not with awe, but with extermination. The early stirrings of cultural infiltration, the magical schools, the reforms to the Colosseum, the secret networks of enchanted aid, may have been discovered too soon. The trio's cover blown, their allies arrested, their havens burned. Not all betrayal comes from enemies. In a failed timeline, perhaps an early magical convert, seduced by Roman power, turns informer. Perhaps a charismatic prefect, gifted with occlumency or accidental magical resistance, infiltrates their ranks. Rome adapts. It always does. And what of magic itself? A failed intervention means magic becomes hunted, not respected. The trio's very presence would accelerate the development of anti-magical ideology. Fear would outpace understanding. Stories of invisible attackers, fires with no smoke, and men who vanish into air would be weaponized by Rome's priesthood to solidify traditional religion and demonize novelty. Magic would not integrate, it would be cast as pagan sorcery, Eastern corruption, or demonic illusion. Trials would begin. Executions would follow. Public ones. Not to eliminate magic, but to control the narrative. The Colosseum might never be transformed into a stadium of broom sport. Instead, it becomes a crucible for public magical executions, half spectacle, half sacrament. Wizards, captured and stripped of their wands, are paraded before crowds and burned in magical cages that suppress spells. The term arcanum interdictum, forbidden magic, is inscribed in law. One possession becomes a capital crime. Magical bloodlines are tracked. Divination is monopolized by imperial cults. Magic survives only in hiding, fractured, paranoid, degraded. The trio themselves? They likely don't die together. Hermione is captured first, perhaps during a failed negotiation or a desperate attempt to evacuate students from a compromised magical school. She is imprisoned, interrogated. Her wand is broken. She never speaks. Her name becomes a cautionary tale whispered in anti-magical propaganda, Minerva's Curse, a story of a witch who tried to rewrite fate and was struck down for her hubris. Ron dies in battle. Not gloriously. Not even with certainty. Perhaps during an ambush, cut off from the others, trying to hold a pass or destroy a Roman transport caravan. His body is never found. Some say he turned into a beast and fled into the hills. Others say he burned the sky around him in a final act of defiance. His name is erased. His memory carried only by frightened villagers who swear they saw fire move like a man. Harry vanishes. He survives the longest. Not out of cowardice, but necessity. He tries to regroup, rebuild, re-strategize. He leaves coded messages in spells, charms woven into stone. But in the end, even he must know it's over. The world isn't ready. Or he wasn't. In this timeline, Harry becomes legend before he becomes myth. Some say he escaped into the stars. Others believe he still walks the edges of the Empire, invisible, waiting for history to turn. But even Harry cannot undo the damage. In the centuries that follow, the very idea of ethical magic is lost. What remains are fragments, violent, desperate, underground. Spells are taught in code. Magical families survive only by abandoning their heritage. Magical creatures are exterminated. Magical thinking is purged from philosophy, replaced by theological absolutism. Hogwarts is never founded. No one ever says the word Muggle. The lines between magical and non-magical never blur, because they are never allowed to. Instead of shaping the future, the trio becomes a warning buried in history. Not heroes. Not villains. Simply forgotten. And yet, even in failure, something lingers. A charm, half remembered, passed from mother to daughter in the hills of Gaul. A mural in a ruined temple depicting 3 figures under a burning sky. A scroll fragment found centuries later in Alexandria, marked with the strange phrase, Lumos ex tenebris, light from darkness. Because that is the final truth of failure, it is never total. The trio may lose. But the idea of what they tried to do, that time can be turned toward justice, that power must serve principle, that even empires can change, survives. Not as legacy. As possibility. Waiting. There is a seductive myth that power, when held by the right hands, can do good without harm. That with enough wisdom, caution, and kindness, one might change the world and leave no wounds behind. It is a beautiful idea. And it is false. What Harry, Ron, and Hermione teach us. Across timelines, empires, victories, and defeats, is that even the most ethical use of power reshapes the world in ways no one can fully foresee. Magic is not neutral. It amplifies the will of the caster, yes, but also the context in which it is used. A spell of healing in one hand becomes torture in another. A protective enchantment for one village might doom another by redrawing the line of conflict. A law written to free the enslaved may spark a rebellion that consumes innocence. Intention is only the first variable. Outcome is another. And even when the outcome is good, something is always lost. The trio did not seek dominion. They were not conquerors. They did not sit thrones or mint coins or rewrite maps. They acted out of conscience. But conscience is not immunity. Every choice they made displaced someone else's. Every moment they acted, whether to liberate or reform or educate, they cast a shadow behind them. In that shadow lie questions they cannot answer. What right did they have to intervene? What gives one generation the authority to remake another? Is a better world worth the autonomy it erases? These are not questions with clean solutions. They are moral debts. And power, no matter how idealistically wielded, always incurs debt. Harry carried it in silence. Ron carried it with guilt. Hermione carried it with relentless effort to do better. But none of them escaped it. And that, perhaps, is their greatest legacy, not that they built something perfect, but that they never stopped questioning whether they should have built it at all. Because that is the only form of power that resists corruption, not humility in action, but humility in mindset. A power that doubts itself. That checks itself. That leaves space for voices other than its own. In the end, the trio's greatest spell was not cast with wands. It was a spell of self-limitation. They chose not to rule. They chose to withdraw. They chose to vanish. Their names fell out of history not because they were erased, but because they refused to remain at the center. And in that refusal, they gave the world back to the people they had helped shape. Can power be used without cost? No. But it can be used with care. With restraint. With the willingness to bear the cost, even if no one sees it. Even if no one thanks you. Even if history forgets your name. That is what makes it moral. Not the success. But the scars. You've walked the corridors of a Rome that never was. You've stood in the Colosseum, watching Quidditch sweep across a crowd once fed on blood. You've seen Hermione in a Senate debate, Ron torching supply lines under a moonless sky, Harry vanishing into myth before your eyes. You've listened to silence in a room with no windows. You've questioned ethics, possibility, time, fate. You've imagined a world where 3 young wizards took on an empire and tried, not to destroy it, but to change its soul. Now we ask you, what do you think? Would you have done what they did? Would you have intervened in history, knowing the risks? Would you have dared to cast a spell that might reshape the path of millions? Do you believe that power can ever be moral, or only necessary? Should heroes leave quietly, or stay and guide the world they altered? More importantly, did this story move you? Did it make you feel something you didn't expect? Did it ask questions you haven't answered yet? Because this story, like all stories, is only half finished without you. So comment. Share your thoughts. Argue with the conclusions. Suggest a new spell. Tell us what you would have done in the forum, on the battlefield, or in the quiet, uncertain moments in between. Whether you are a student of history, a lover of lore, or simply someone who believes that magic means more than power, this book belongs to you now too. We rewrote the Empire. Now you tell us, what happens next? If you enjoyed this video, drop a like and subscribe to the channel.